Our stream.
He has a 4th of July.
So no idea what happened with Brody last.
So I try to get him,
Not said at breakfast.
haven't been for the last couple of years.
I didn't think of Easier than I thought. Normally it takes 2 or 3 attempts, actually. That was good.
How are you?
Second here one. Let me know when it's gonna be up, writing something, or you want to get something.
We're ready to go.
What, or what you, we need to get something. Yeah. Wait to give me some. Yeah, okay, yeah, take a second. Good. Yeah, well, let me just call the meeting to order and welcome everybody this morning. Yeah, I think apologies for the music venue last night or lack thereof, but we tried to put a garage band together there at the last minute at our table. Colonel Brody's good work, so see him next time, but thanks for the team putting together a very nice evening as always. As always, we've got a full scheduled item here, but the first one is just to approve 2 sets of minutes. They're in the front of tab A in your books there, and if I could have a motion to approve. So moved. For a second. Any discussion or comments? Anybody opposed? Stand approved. Thank you very much. So you want to tee up our next speakers here?
Sure thing, Mr. President. So this is typically the first board meeting of the year, and we take the opportunity, number one, to do a couple of things. The first is to introduce this year's cadet leadership and have each of them come up and have just a couple of minutes to talk to board members about who they are, what role they're filling this year as leaders of the full, and what some of their goals and objectives are in those various different positions. So we've got the 3 leaders here, regimental commander, first class president, honor corps president. I'm going to ask Cadet Mark Shelton, our first captain, to come up and address the board members and the audience.
Morning, everyone. Members of the board, General Wins, and respect. For those of you who have not had the opportunity to meet, I'm Cadet Mark Shelton. I am from Stafford, Virginia. I'm a computer science major, and as most of you already know, I'm a member of the football team here at VMI. I began on commissioning to the Army after graduation. And so late last semester, I had the opportunity to address the board, sort of kind of outline my intent and goals for the Corps this year. And so for those of you who weren't here, I know we have some new board members. I'm just going to briefly reiterate those. And so one was continuing to implement a strong regimental system that focuses on instilling the Institute's core values, which are honor, courage, resiliency, discipline, self-service, esprit de corps, and excellence. Key things I've outlined, in my speech when the rats matriculated in, and something I'm continuously trying to implement within the core messaging. I know that's something that all 3 of us are trying to hone this year. Number 2 was producing leaders of character within the Corps, giving the Corps and the cadets the opportunity to develop themselves as leaders at the lowest level. So first class privates, we have your corporals, you have your sergeants, but trying to get everybody involved and the opportunity to develop themselves as leaders. And then third one was producing honorable VMI. I think that's really what matters. And the most important thing is getting education here at the Institute, and then also incorporating that honor piece that Institute so treasures. And so my assessment thus far, I think we're off to a really great start. Matriculated 491 rats, I believe. And honestly, I just want to thank everybody here for your hard work and getting those numbers up for my class. On behalf of the Corps, I thank you. I know me personally, I have 8 rats in my 4-man room. So it's very lively in there. It's definitely felt within the Corps that the Corps feels resized and back to the numbers that we're used to. So thank you. I know that it's been a very concerted effort to keep those numbers where they are and try to retain as many as we can, because we've seen from last year's leadership the effects of not having a lot of rats in barracks and Fort Classroom in barracks. And the thirds right now are feeling that effect because they're going on guard every week. So that's definitely something we're trying to focus on and continue as we move forward. Also professionalism. I know cadre this year, our focus was on increasing the professionalism of the rat line. And so that I'd say is, again, a success so far, and something that we're going to continue to keep an eye on, both the commandant and his staff and me and my staff, when it comes to conducting that line. And that goes back into those numbers and making sure that we're doing things the right way. Schedule this semester is packed for the Corps. We have a lot of military training, a lot of parades, FTX, so on and so forth. So I can't wait to come back here in January and brief you guys on successes of this semester and everything the Corps was up to and was able to accomplish this semester academically and militarily and so on and so forth on the athletic fields and everything else. And then lastly, unless you guys have anything for me, thank you for your time. That's all I have for you. Thank you guys for being here.
Questions or comments from the board members for Mark? Comment? Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Question. Thanks for what you're doing.
Yeah.
Great leadership.
Absolutely.
How do you feel about the unity of the Corps these days?
I'd say it's a lot better than when I was a rat here. Obviously, we had COVID and a lot of other things that were affecting the morale of the Corps and the unity of the Corps. I'd say we've taken great strides in terms of unity. Obviously, that's something that we're continuing to work at, but we have a very diverse group of leaders within the Corps, leaders who are involved in many different things here at the Institute. And so because of that, the Corps feels like they're being represented. And so, that representation goes into the buy-in and the spirit and everything else that we're trying to accomplish here in terms of the Corps supporting the Corps. But I'd say we've taken great strides and it's something that we're still continuing to improve on. And we have a number of initiatives that we're working on to continue to build.
I'll tell you, I love seeing you walk in at the Davidson game leading the Corps in your pads. That was brilliant.
That was a great experience.
I just want to comment. We all enjoyed your matriculation speech to the rats.
Yeah.
We were able to see a video of it. Spot on. Well done.
So much for your leadership. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Next is the first class president, Mr. Cole Cathcart, who grew up here locally in Lexington. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's right.
Cole Cathcart.
Hey, good morning.
Morning, Paul.
As General Wynn said, my name is Cole Cathcart, first class president, general committee president, born and raised here in Lexington. Had a brother attend VMI, my father, and my sweet mother, Miss Cathcart, works over at the association. So it's always an added layer of pressure when your mom's
Yes, I
watching.
can imagine. Heck with the board, yeah.
Don't worry. But for those of you I hadn't had the pleasure to meet, I was studying abroad last semester in the Czech Republic. So it's kind of MIA there for a while, but we're back this semester for the first class year. So I kind of want to get in first to the nitty gritty of what's been going on with the class system here at VMI, and then kind of talk more in broad terms, more meta terms about class system, class 24, and then the Institute as a whole. So general committee, subcommittees, get into the CEA, the Cadet Equity Association. So we have got that staffed out very well, and some of the key accomplishments for the CEA over the past few weeks have been ensuring the welfare of the rats. The CEA has been working diligently at filing reports on rat wellness. So that allows us as cadet government and to pass up to the commandant's staff the status of the rats personally, how they're doing and how they can grow. So that's been a great success these past few weeks. The OGA, the Officer of the Guard Association, is run by first class privates. That group this year has kind of taken the lead of investigating maybe some misconduct on stoop, specifically with the rats, but also across the board. That group has done very well. We've kind of streamlined the investigations process, and we're working through that, but thankfully we're not too busy with that. The Corps has been pretty well behaved across the board. The RAT disciplinary committee, for the alumni in the room, I know that's a favorite, the RDC there. We've gotten off to a fairly sluggish start. We had some personnel changes, kind of having some staffing issues across the board. We want to ensure that group, because they're a loud group, they're a vocal group. We want to make sure that we do things right with the RDC. So we're taking that slow, we're taking it day by day and making sure we're doing it right. But here in the next few weeks, we anticipate some RDC activities there. Then the GC as a whole. So the GC is composed of class officers. So the GC, amongst other things, running those subcommittees also adjudicates for infractions within the Corps, the class leading the Corps, first class specifically. So we've taken a different approach. The past few years, growing up in the class system, we've seen just handing out a lot of bones. Just, you screwed up, here's number 8, something like that. So the approach we've taken this year is a kind of an interpersonal approach. And I'll get more into that when I speak on the Corps as a whole. But I've found personally that if there's some sort of infraction, something going on, especially between two parties, it's much more beneficial for the two parties, also the well-being of the Corps, if those two parties sit down and talk it out. So we've already had a couple of success stories where there've been some arguments, something that might even be worth a GC penalty, but instead we've had two parties sit down, mediate, talk it out, and that has been extremely successful. Opens up kind of views of different perspectives of different folks across the Corps. That's all I have on the operational side of the class system. Now I want to talk about where we are, where we want to be, and what we're doing to get there. So where we are, Mr. Shelton kind of alluded to it. The Corps is looking a heck of a lot better than it was when we matriculated. We matriculated in the heat of the COVID-19 pandemic. We saw a lot of issues within the Corps, a ton, just a lack of morale. I mean, everyone was struggling. So we've seen an upward swing throughout our cadetship of buy-in and desire to be at VMI and enjoying the VMI system. With that being said, we do have some issues. We do have almost some outliers, if you will, some folks that maybe had a purpose in matriculating into VMI, but have lost that along the way. So where we want to be is having specifically the class, but of course the entire Corps, class 24 I'm speaking of, be bought in and reassured of their purpose of being at VMI and getting worth and value out of the VMI system. So what we're doing to get there, I kind of mentioned it earlier, is almost a mediation. If we spot an issue within the Corps, be it with an individual or a group, just open and honest communication. Hey, listen, I see you're, bored during the football game or you got headphones on, which I've done a couple of times. Why are you doing that? There's your brother rats out there. So just that interpersonal communication rather than just throwing a penalty at somebody, I think speaks a lot more and improving the Corps and those almost outliers. And the other thing I'll say is two other things. That's engagement with athletic teams. It's been a common theme this year, but I want to kind of take it broader in that it's not necessarily just athletic teams, but also just different groups of people at the Institute. By hosting class events, by promoting folks that might not necessarily get a lot of attention within the class or the Corps, I think will make the VMI system a little bit stronger. So we're working on some class events and some events across the Corps that'll kind of help prop up people that might not get a lot of attention or appreciation for VMI. I had a couple suggestions just for the room. I think we all care about VMI. We're all stakeholders in the VMI system. Something that I've seen that has worked very well at VMI is young talent. I don't know where the priorities are for the different organizations there, but I'll give an example. Last night, there was an attack officer on duty. He was graduated a few years ago, but a young alumni. And he came to my room and he had a question. The rats were studying late. And he said, Mr. Cathcart, what are your thoughts on this? And together we opened up the blue book and we worked through it. We talked about it. And that's not to say that older folks or something like that can't do that. But the engagement with younger staff and the Corps being younger, I think is something that could help propel VMI to kind of a new era, more productive era in the future. That's just a thought there I wanted to share with the room. Some final thoughts. Speaking last night, had the pleasure to eat dinner with a few of y'all. the core tenets of the Institute, I feel are very strong. See Chaplain Casper back there. I sat in this room with Chaplain Casper, and he led a first-class Bible study, and he'd be the first to admit it. I don't think he expected many people to show up, and there were about 30 of us, sir. 30 of us at this table where y'all are sitting, and many of us weren't very familiar with each other, but in that hour and a half, at this occasion, we had the opportunity to grow deeper in our friendship and relationships with each other. And that's, 3 years into the VMI system. So that's past the rat line, past all of that. We're still growing deeper with each other and making dear friends and counterparts for life. Of course, Mr. Collier will speak to the honor system as well, but that's another huge part of it. But please be assured, the Corps is in a good spot. I know VMI has some controversy and there's articles and all this stuff, but at the heart of it, the core, those tenets are still there, and we're still very proud of where we go to school. So with that, I'll take any questions or comments.
Comments for Cole?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comment about. We see that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cathcart.
How do you do, Mom? Mom, how do you do?
Excellent.
It's okay. Next, we have our Honor Corps president for this year, Mr. Warner Collier, who's also I'll let you tell him.
Warner.
So my name is Warner Collier. I'm the Honor Corps president. I guess I'm from Richmond, Virginia, economics and business major. In the Corps, I'm third battalion executive officer, into the honors program, soccer player as well. Just got back, actually went to bed about 3:45 from last night. Here I am at AM. But I love it. It's VMI three-legged stool. I love that so much. And I think that's what makes this place so great. This place so great. So firstly, I'll just kind of speak about what I spoke about in the spring from a high level, and then speak about it, how it's been in practice. So firstly, stakeholders is what I talked about, as Cole mentioned. It's a word we've kind of been using, and we really wanted to focus on athletics and professors. The reason from an Honor Corps standpoint why we focus in on those is we just felt as if the core is the system. They're the ones that make or break it. They're the ones that buy in. They're the ones that adhere to it. It is their code, is their system. And we have many systems in place in terms of company representatives. We have Stoop Talks, all the infrastructure is there. And so we wanted to look at places where we could improve. So athletics, I've sat down with coaches, and that's kind of what we've done in practice. I've met with almost all the coaches so far and still have some more to meet with, just to get, what's the pain points from their perspective that they're seeing where we can improve from an education standpoint. Where can we better support athletes specifically? And one thing that we did is we implemented team representatives, like we have company representatives in barracks, and they will be another line of communication with the individual teams to get feedback, and also to answer any questions they have. Just another face versus just some idea. Maybe they have some arbitrary idea of what the Honor Corps is in terms of some it's just some people that meet up in Shell Hall. Now they have a face to that and someone to go to, and it's more approachable. From a professor standpoint, I've met with the department heads, and I'll meet with them again. Also meet with individual departments as well, just to get feedback on, what are they seeing in the classroom in terms of patterns that we can educate on. So in recent years, that's been plagiarism. And so we've sought to address that through partnership with S2, the library, and just implementing that in our Stoop Talks. And I think that's trending in the right direction. So we want to see what are some other pain points. One thing we identified was HR statements, and just trying to make it standardized where all the professors are making sure that they're trying to get the least ambiguous statement versus some accepting very ambiguous ones and being okay with that, and some wanting in detail help receive statements. And so we're trying to standardize that, as that's been a pain point. And again, we're just trying to support them as well, because they're a big part of our system. They play a large part in terms of cheating cases if they submit them from the moment that it's reported to if it goes to trial. They spend a lot of hours in that, and so we want to make sure that their pain points are dealt with in terms of education to make that easier on them. So this year, so far from, a more granular standpoint, it's gone very well. We've had, old core, we did return from furlough briefs. For cadre, we had a manual that we gave a section in the DIPE guide. And we kind of introduced ourselves during cadre week as well. For the rats, we had the Meet Your Honor Court, which went really well. And then we followed it up with stoop talks. So we had 3 stoop talks, and then we followed up those 3 with another stoop talk. Classes started to see if they actually understood and retained that information. And went really well. The first one, we focused on the high level, kind of the purpose of the system, the why behind it. So that way they had an understanding. We gave personal stories about how the honor system benefited us. And then the 2 followed up with more practical applications, information that was pertinent to them. The last one, we simply just quizzed them and kind of answers more of a Q&A, and also, got answers from questions we had. And it was very evident that they retained all of it. And you could tell during the stoop talks, their questions were very relevant to what was being communicated. So you could tell the information was being retained. So looking forward, we have just coming up, we have 2nd class elections, and we have 3rd class jury training. So 3rd class jury training, after they break out of the rat line, they are eligible to be a juror in trials. We have 4th class jury training. Usually that one is simply a simple case. That way they have a basic understanding, but we wanted to make it a little bit more robust and have a 3rd class one, which is new this year, and with a more complex case, just so if they are selected to be on a jury or a trial, they're more confident in their abilities. And there's less ambiguity with that. And they're not kind of learning on the job, so to speak. We want obviously them to be as confident and equipped as possible. 2nd class elections, they'll round out the full 14 members of the honor court. You do 5 in the spring of your 3rd class year and your final 2 in the fall of your 2nd class year. I know that'll do well. The 5 that they elected this past spring have been phenomenal. And the court as a whole, just a great group of people. We work very well together, and their characters is bar none. And I could speak hours and hours about how good they are. So the court is in safe hands for sure. And I know it's going to continue to be a good year. The trend or the topic has been a focus has been harping on being honorable over simply following the letter of the code. And that's going to be a main focus of ours. And it has been so far. I talked about it in the return for furlough briefs, talked about it to the rats, harped on it in our first stoop talk. We really want people from the outside to not just say, oh, strict honor system, but also, what that means is that, you carry yourself in the correct manner. You're men and women of integrity and character. You do things right. And it goes beyond just not lying, not cheating, not stealing, and not tolerating. So it's been good, and I'm excited, and it'll continue to be a good year, I'm sure. So thank you. Any questions for me?
Yeah, questions? I know, John, your committee gets exposure to the team on a regular basis.
Great team.
Yeah. Very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Collier. And so next, for this year, we have 2 new presidents for our Parents Council. And I'd like to introduce them to you all and have them come up and have a few remarks. That's Mr. Yancey and Mrs. Dana Rubel, who have a son who's 1st classman in the Corps. So you all can come up and
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I would like to start off by saying I appreciate the offer to come in and speak about the parent council, what we do, where we're at, where we're going. My name's Yancey Rubel. It's my wife, Dana. We've been on the council this is our 3rd year, co-presidents for this year. Parent council is comprised of about 90 family units through 3 classes, 3rd class. So we're somewhere between about 140 and 160 people on the council. We function through 3 committees: the communications, activities, and recruiting committee. Some is very visible on the outside on posts, some is not. Our recruitment committee does a lot of things behind the scenes. They work in conjunction with admissions and provide volunteers for open houses in the fall and spring. And they also make phone calls on behalf of admissions
and try to capture those folks that may be on the fence of whether or not they want to attend VMI. It seems to work fairly well. I know last fall and spring, they made quite a few phone calls on behalf of admissions. Our activities committee, that's probably the most visible here on Post. We do a tailgate on the bricks in front of Lejeune Hall for home games. For those folks that don't, for the cadets and rats that don't have family here locally, normally feed somewhere between 350 and 500 cadets, depending on the game. And we do that all volunteers. And one thing about Parent Council, we are self-funded. We don't fundraise outside of our membership.
It takes a lot of macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Activities also is visible. We have a social the night before matriculation where incoming pre-strains and their folks come in. They can meet each other, ask us questions, get information. I know from our experience this year, the night before matriculation, there were a lot of tears and a lot of folks wondering if their kid made the right decision to show up. But we had approximately 50 volunteers in the Hall of Valor for that social the night before matriculation. We were also very visible on Post on matriculation day. We had about 70 folks on Post to help guide parents and pre-strains where they need to be and answer questions and help out with that. And then one of the, I think, most pivotal things that we do in our communications committee, we actually administer rat mass Facebook pages. They're put together. We try to have those together by the time the early acceptance letters go out in November. And that way it's a closed group. It's for either parents or guardians of incoming rats where they can meet each other. They can ask questions without getting grief or static or whatever. And it seems to be a very, very worthwhile venture.
Not only that, it's a link to the school because they're getting information that is correct. A lot of you guys know there's a lot of public pages out there, and some of that information may or may not be true. Our parents know that this information that they're getting on this page is from the school, so they're getting accurate information. So that's been a great, I guess, comfort to them because they have expressed that. So it's really a unique situation. Help them.
In addition to the rat mass pages, the rat mass page, while that class is rat mass, stays the rat mass page of this year's 2024+3. After breakout, it becomes class of 2027. And we're on the 24 page and there's still a lot of activity between parents of 24 cadets. So it's not a rat mass page that falls apart. It goes into that class and follows them all the way to graduation.
Still a great place to get your information.
Absolutely.
Versus better
Yeah.
places.
We've really enjoyed being a part of the VMI community. We try our best to push and motivate those that may be on the fence about the VMI community. But after meeting parents at matriculation and activities, we find that it's a really great thing. With that, if you have any questions, be glad to answer them.
I know people already reacted, but I just can't believe y'all. I think that's great. Like, that's cool, because what a wonderful service that is. I didn't know y'all did that. Thank you.
Yes, we do. Last year, we had,
We had 5.
I think we had 5 tailgates, the least number of cadets we fed, and we do rats and cadets. We don't discriminate. Number we fed, I believe, was about 260. That was the morning after ring figure. The most we fed was around 500. We go anywhere from 350 to 500
They
routinely.
usually come through on their way to.
That's nice too.
Yeah.
Well, summary next. And as a parent of 2020, that if you aren't familiar with this organization, this arm of the Institute, it actually has a lot of substance. And it provides, and that came over years of developing how you function, but as a new parent coming up with a rat and what do you call matriculation day, and then the Facebook page, I think provides relief to the Institute in so many of these questions. You know, are they gonna have a boxed lunch on the bus and all the, all that stuff that those questions be coming in the Institute is relieved through this organization, and it is factual and helpful. VMI moms in there straightening out other VMI. Kudos to you. Thank you. Great summary.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So Dana and Yancey have talked about sort of their official responsibilities. What they haven't talked about is their unofficial responsibilities. And Shannon Eskim, our Director of Financial Aid, she's called me several times this fall preparing to seat this class of 24+3. And she had several cases where cadets couldn't afford to purchase the supplies that they needed for to attend VMI. And Shannon, being new, she's like, hey, can the Parents Council help? I was like, well, they've never really done that in the past. You know, call Dana and Yancey, and within hours, all of that was covered on several different occasions. So that's the type of stuff and the care that these parents on Parents Council give to our cadets on a daily basis. And we're grateful that they're able to do that. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
Quick question.
Yes.
I think everybody shares their appreciation for everything you all are doing in the whole group. Is there anything that you're not getting from either the Institute or from this body that we could be?
Not really. We, like I said, our biggest thing is we're self-funded. We're not allowed to fundraise. However, we do have folks that come by the tent, maybe a family member, maybe a friend. They're like, hey, you know, what are you doing? And we tell them, and sometimes they drop a buck or two, but which helps a ton. As we spend, and I say we, our membership, a week or two before each of our tailgates, we put out a sign up genius for people to bring sodas and chips and things like that. And then the council, we buy the meat, the buns, condiments, that kind of thing. And we spend roughly $700 to $800 every time we have a tailgate. So, and
We have been doing something new though. We have partnered with Parkhurst, to help us get some of our food at wholesale cost, so that helps out a lot.
and I guess the biggest thing, if anybody's interested in donating to our cause, we do have a Parent Council Facebook page, and I believe it has the information if anybody would care to make a donation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just real quick, since we have both Parents Council presidents in the room, as well as cadets and others, there are times when I get asked questions just about kind of the degree to which I have engagements with CORE and with Parents Council and so on and so forth. So you might recall that during the COVID period, there was a lot of engagement with CORE from me just trying to get a feel for how activities were going for them in dealing with the COVID environment that we found ourselves in. And so since I've become the superintendent, I've taken it upon myself to, as we start the academic year, I typically meet with every athletic team to talk to them about the environment of VMI, the culture, the climate, the expectations of what goes on here. Cadre. I meet with the classes, each class individually. I do focus groups during the course of the year. I meet with the Honor Corps twice a year, specifically for the purpose of hearing from them. And then I have a standing meeting with the cadet leaders, both the regimental commander, first class president, and the Honor Corps president, or depending on how they want to organize it. First year I met with the regimental commander by herself. She and I one-on-one, then I met separately. The other cadet leaders separately as well. But that's how I engage. It's not uncommon for me to be in classrooms. It's not uncommon for me to be in barracks observing things and asking questions and talking to cadets. And so I'll continue to do that. I think one of the recommendations from last year's class was, even though I spoke to the Corps as a whole last year by class, I did it in the first semester. I did not do it in the second semester. So we'll in the second semester. I've already done it this year with each class for the start of the school year to just kind of, again, level expectations. So that's the first thing I just wanted to respond to in the form of a question that was asked of me. I think the second thing I just want to talk about real quick is General Order number 1. So a lot of questions about General Order number 1. First thing I tell you is, number one, that General Order number 1 probably has been around since about 2007 timeframe or thereabouts. Many of us remember the Institute where there were 3 formal formations that took place. Well, somewhere many years back, maybe coinciding with General Order number 1, there were no longer 3 formations in which the Corps formed up. What I've communicated staff and the leadership here is kind of my expectation is that we'll at least have 2, which is what we had when I arrived and what we still have, at least 2 formations where the Corps generally forms up. Needless to say, with all the activities that were described by the regimental commander and the first class president, there are times when, because of the demands on Corps via permits, athletic permits, other activities, meetings where staff and leadership are going together and communicating and working on planning out events or executing events. You don't always have the entirety of the Corps there, but we've made some adjustments with respect to GO1. And so primarily GO1 as it exists right now was revised to do a couple. First thing was to identify and protect kind of the academic window and ensure that in protecting the academic window, it allowed for classes and activities related to academics to run from start to finish. We still have, although we've moved and adjusted, and I talked about this last year, we've been adjusted those times that were designated as commandant's time, dean's time, and then we added in superintendent's time, which typically occurs Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for those 3 respective hour blocks of time that occur in the morning from 8 to 9. It allows the commandant and the dean to hold meetings or have events related to their particular area, cadet life or academics. During superintendent's time, that's typically the time where inclusive excellence training occurs or Title IX training occurs. I think all told, when we calculated it, probably out of the 14 weeks of a semester during superintendent's time, it probably consumes no more than about 3 hours of those 14 one-hour blocks of time, if I'm correct. So what that affords cadets to do on those Fridays is to catch up on assignments, maybe do some further preparation for an exam or a quiz or whatever is occurring during those days for them. And so that's how we've structured it. It also was intended to increase the allotment of time for athletic teams where the coaches could get more touches. When I came here, I talked to the coaches and across the board, athletic department, and to get a feel for where they felt some of the shortcomings were that could be changed to help them be in a better position to compete and win. And one of the things that they told me was just the amount of touches that they had with their athletes, right? At the least, the lowest amount of time that they were being able to spend with their athletes, even though the NCAA allots up to 20 hours, was 12 hours. So by and large, a lot of the teams were having 12 to 16 hours of their time where they could have interactions with their players, whether it's through team meetings, practices, weightlifting, film sessions, all of those things. And so by adjusting the schedule to GO1, it afforded more opportunity for them to get closer to that 20 hours. Also went to back to what I recall, which were 2 permits, in season and out of season. I think we had maybe about 3 or 4 different types of permit constructs when I got here. What it does for the in-season athletes is it allows them and the coaches to fully dedicate the allotted time athletics, but when they're out of season, it ensures that they're available to do the things that everybody else in the Corps is doing. So as it is right now, there are a number of our teams that are not in season, and so they have to make SRC. They participate in parades. They participate in inspections that occur during the week to make sure that our athletes are fully bought in and fully involved in those activities. But needless to say, it was intended to strike a balance between those commitments as well as the commitments that they have academically and they have with respect to being members of the Corps. It allows for flexibility of the students. It allows for students to be able to go make their own schedules. There's continuous talk about whether or not cadets have the opportunity to eat lunch. On every single day, and we've done the numbers and we've looked at the data every single day of the week when academics are going on, every cadet has at a minimum of 30 minutes to 50 minutes to get lunch. They have the ability to go down and do grab and go, or they have the ability to go and sit in those classes. The vast majority of the cadets, particularly on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, not only have 50 minutes that's allotted for eating lunch. There are other times within the course of the day where they can go down and get lunch because we have from about the time of 10 o'clock, I think, all the way till 1500, 1600, we have the ability to go down and just grades, what we call grades, go down and have. So that's afforded to every cadet. Tuesdays and Thursdays, the vast majority of cadets, none of the cadets have a full set of CPs, and the vast majority of cadets certainly have at least that 30 minutes, and they also still have those windows to grade. Small set of cadets that only have the 30-minute block, and so we're looking at that. Last year was the only year that we implemented GO1 fully. And we took some feedback. I got some feedback from the dean, got some feedback from a women's senior faculty group. And so we're looking to make some adjustments to the GO1 for this academic year, where we're probably going to do a flip-flop of dean's time versus commandant's time, and perhaps make an adjustment where we create an academic window, which would afford faculty some time to be able to go and either have sessions with some of their advisees or have departmental meetings and those types of things. So I just wanted to address that as a question that I get asked about quite a bit. But the bottom line is every student every day has the ability to have lunch at a minimum of 30 to 50 minutes every day. So subject to anybody's questions on that.
Questions for Cedric at this point?
I'll ask the cadet leaders, are y'all hearing any issues from the Corps about this? widespread or is it isolated?
Yeah, so I guess I personally love it, the way it's structured, for, you know, us upperclassmen, especially since we have the flexibility to create our own schedules. It's very useful because we can, have more reign over how our schedule looks throughout the day versus, an hour block that's jutted in the middle as it used to be. And also the morning slots, if we have hay down and it's a Wednesday or Friday, it's a good opportunity to catch up on sleep. So that's useful as well, having those blocks in the morning if there's nothing going on. I will say, I know, like for my rat, his schedule was created for him, and there could be some adjustments made, but I didn't see this until after registration has closed. He had one gap of 30 minutes during Tuesday where he's in Mallory Hall, and just the feasibility of going from Mallory, and his class before and after that 30-minute period is Mallory Hall, and the feasibility of going from Mallory Hall all the way down to Crozet, eating a meal and coming back is a very, very tight window. Especially his last class is a lab, so if he needs to change into OCPs to go to that lab, if there's if that's the case, if that's needed for that instance. So I don't know if maybe from a rat standpoint, if there's a little bit more difficulty there in terms of I don't know if that's widespread or not. That's just a single instance, but from what I've seen overall, it's great. And I really like the current setups.
Do you think that's your comments are representative of all upperclassmen generally?
I mean, I can't speak to everyone because I haven't asked everybody about it, but I would generally say yes, because I know a lot of people like having that in the morning. There's this dean's time, superintendent's times in the morning, where they can get into the day a little bit more, and it's not kind of just blocked in the smack dab middle of the day. So I would say so, but I can't speak to everybody.
Sir, I will add, I think personally, I've heard very few complaints, complaints about it. I think that folks are working hard to ensure that everyone's needs are met. I think there are some things from the outside perspective that maybe get blown up a little bit, and all of a sudden it becomes the biggest issue when really it's not. I've heard no complaints about it, sir.
Right. And I'll close it, sir. Personally, I like the structure. I think the core like the structure. We've mitigated the, doubling of obligations of where you need to be, whether it's on the athletic field. I know that there are instances where, like you have to walk to go get lunch, but that's really taken into account transition to and from. And maybe you have to change out to these are in a gym bag for whatever class. So it can get tight at times. I know I think at least one class semester. So depending on where you schedule that class, or when you have to labs, that it can greater impacts cadets, but generally it's thank you.
Questions, comments, or Cedric? Otherwise, we'll move to the next agenda item, and I'll ask David Presnicki to and others to provide the.
Gotta follow that, huh?
Yeah, well, exactly. But also want to thank you at every moment. And by the way, thank you guys for coming. Anyone who wants to take off, please. We know there's other schedules and things, so please don't stay on our account. But obviously, the agencies are a key part.
Also, thank you, members of the board. Thank you, guests. Thank you. My name is David Prasnick. I'm the CEO of the VMI Lexington. I want to start by first thanking Anthony Moulton Association, Nesto Sampson, who's president of the foundation, and Danny Thornton, who's president. Trust in me. The VMI alumni agencies, we have multifaceted approach to things that we do. And we're talking about alumni engagement. We're talking about endowment management. We're talking fundraising, events, activities, stewardship, marketing and communications, admission support. So a lot of these things that we touch on. Since 2017, when we did this merger, we worked out a lot of the efficiencies into this operations. Matter of fact, if you took the budgets from those years, and I told this to the AFP committee yesterday, our average increase in expenses, not budget, expenses has been up less than 1%. Now, I don't think that's going to carry forward with, what's happened with inflation, things like that, cost of paper, cost of gas, cost of flying. So up to this point, we've seen a lot of efficiencies in our talk about alumni engagement. Every year we bring about 3,500 alumni and friends onto this post. We also do off-post things. The alumni agencies host a number of things in chapters, such as new cadet recruiting. We have the superintendent going to Philadelphia in October. We had him in, Nashville. We had a lot of different places, and along with other VMI folks. On post, we continue to do a lot of things. Cadet Club hosts a number of reunions, football reunion, soccer reunion just last weekend. Again, bringing a lot of post. We do many reunions. We have memorial services. Then we do some milestone events, such as the 25th anniversary. This one that we did. Starting last year with 374 that came in, everybody recognized that we all had to do something different. So we enhanced, took a look at what we could do to help admissions. So everyone on my team in some way submissions with communications group, and again, Ed in the Alumni Association with Brandon Bissell. We've really reestablished a great partnership with admissions. Over the past 5 or 6 years, it had dwindled a little bit. Here to say this year's budget, we've had expenses are for new cadet recruiting. I'd like to touch a little bit on fundraising. Over the last 2 years, fundraising we've done very well. Last year, I think we were top 5, top 3, and giving this year, we compared ourselves to our 5-year average. Let's give you a couple numbers. Cash was up 9.5%. Just grew up 44%. Planning gifts are up 16%. None of this happens without the help like Andrew Deal. Andrew Deal is the COO of the Cadet Club, but he also heads up all the MGOs and stuff in the giving at VMI. Along with Meade King. Meade King is the CEO of the foundation, but he also heads up the reunion. So our 3 big events, but again, if you go back and study the 25th, the 10th, 25th, and 50th, we have reunions campaigns every year, and we've done as well. Past. Another thing that we do is we manage the endowment. So we have 5 depositors into our endowment foundation, the Cadet Club Alumni Association. VMI is one of them, and so is George C. Marshall. Through a really good, what I want to call policies, we do every year. We have an annual meeting, the expert committee, like everybody, they review their policies and their guidelines to make sure that they're in sync with what's going on. We do times tweak our asset allocation a little bit. Again, that's done annually. But we have weathered, as you know, over the last 14 years when we hired this firm, of ups and downs in the market. Over the last 14 years, I told again the finance committee yesterday, our average return net of all fees has been 8.42%. I'll put that against almost any other institution in the country. Another thing we do, I'm very proud of, we've received clean opinions for past decades. And I want to thank the work of Chrissy Elliott. She's been with us 23 years. She's now the CFO. Just last week, we received our audit, but it doesn't stop there. And it was in here in Dallas, whatever. We passed that off. We're a component unit. If you read your financials, you can see in the back of it, we're a component unit of your financials. So that gets passed off. That's how we start the process of you in 990s. Your folks sit around this table, the 990 for the VMI Foundation is in excess of 200 pages. So they're very, very big. Put a lot of emphasis on communications. Again, starting last year. I'm going to show one of the very first videos that we did. One of the things that Amy and her group did, they recognized that some study was done on how parents affect where kids go. And when they did a search, we went out like Minneapolis, Texas, and these search engine optimizers, the first 2 pages on Google were negative advertisements. So what can we do this? So we hired a group, it's called Branded Content, and we started doing ads. We put them in the Richmond Times Dispatch. And so we start replacing, hopefully accomplished, bad ads with good ads. I think we have one, this is probably one of the first ones.
David, can I just say on this video, when we sent it out for our digital marketing campaign to help contact both alumni and parents of high school students, this video, and there's one other that actually starred Mr. Cathcart, they were viewed over 60,000 times in the 6-month period, and we had a watch till the end rate of 71%. Now that's incredible. The national average is 35% of people will watch a video till the end. And so we're just got a great play with this. Very basic.
No, that's fine. We have this year, again, that last year's campaign was $100,000. The agency's put another $100,000 in this year's campaign. We're gonna do a 5-month one, again, with the branded content. We're doing 3 months to help admissions. And adding, gets for me, they call it geo-targeting, geo-fencing around military bases and stuff. We can get those families and stuff, and again, they know more about it than I, but anyway, that's kind of our strategy. And it's in, partnership with VMI, make sure we're not stepping over their toes. And again, I think what we've done has helped not only, I think, admissions and the parents, but I've got to put one more plug in for the foundation. The foundation did also put up $1 million last year, help financially support scholarships. VMI's turned it in, all the duty to. So that's a for me. So. So that ad is embedded on the webpage. There's an article and that's embedded so people. Yeah. We also last thing also placed ads like this in newspapers 3 or 4 times. So we hit the Richmond Times, Roanoke, the one in Danville, and then the Pilot. And with that, I'll take any questions.
How about the Washington Post? You tried that?
We actually did one in Washington Post. Back, go ahead.
It was a tribute to General P and his leadership when he was here. It was immediately after he left VMI. It is a pricey price tag.
Oh, I'm sure.
I think it's about $30,000.
Yeah, Dave, and maybe you too, maybe even Amy more than you do. I just think what you all put together, I mean, that's great content, right? And we just have to, all of us together in the VMI community, we got to do I know it's hard to do a better job of pushing that out. That video is awesome. Let's get it out. And the last thing I'll say is, I remember the day you ran all the ads in the 4 newspapers. And I mean, I got phone calls from people, right? So I'm glad you're continuing to do it. It might be painful to pay the Washington Post, but honestly, we should do it. It's too important of a market, and we should get. We need to. I really think we should, if we can.
We will take that under advisement. Very painful.
How about the military times, Army times, Navy? Have you ever tried them?
We're actually about to go into Stars and Stripes. And that's a very reasonable price, actually, we found, and we're gonna target that with the military bases that we're touching.
You know what I'm talking about, the Navy times?
Yeah, yes, sir. This is our first foray, and then that's a great suggestion to look at the other more targeted.
Also share about what you shared about the geofencing for military installations.
Yes, and that might be for later.
We'll talk about that during the relations, but I would like you to highlight a less pricey way to reach alumni, and we'll talk about it briefly. Our digital content campaign, I think 17,000 alumni reached in the last fiscal year.
Yes, sir. That's turnouts. We look back at the year and we reached over 15,000. Which is really a great return on that. Some opened 7 to 10, others were right in the middle, and but it was across the board, all ages. We thought there'd be a higher view rate, and kind of a bell curve, but it was across the board in classes. We looked at that compared to donors and how many of them are actually donors, and how we can transition people who aren't donating and looking at turnouts, donating, and then go into being supporters.
That's 63% of our alumni base.
Yes, it was 61% of our alumni base, which is, the envy of our colleagues who have monthly digital newsletters.
Maybe those 5 points in the video, is that now going to be sort of consistent theme so we don't move things around as messaging? We stay with a simple message and just be painlessly repetitive.
Yes, sir. As David showed in the full page ad, we're just at 99% rank. That's the number one. That, if you can do that, all the other rankings come under. You have to be a good educator. You've got to be, great at developing leaders. And so we're doing that. This particular video, you'll notice very basic wording. Right. You get a job. Right. Other publications will have that same message, maybe slightly different.
We're staying with those 5 points because again, you can overcomplicate things, can't you?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Also, repetition is enormously important.
Well, and speaking of branding too, just to highlight that point, don't do ordinary. Don't settle for ordinary. Please keep that brand going. It's a brilliant brand concept. I hear it all the time. And it's like A Few Good Men in the Marines. I mean, that's a great brand. It's the greatest brand concept we've developed. I hope you
Thank you, sir. Again, a partnership with VMI is strong, and I thank my whole team that's present today. If you have a chance, shake their hands and thank them again. If you look, it's $26 million this little group gives you a year.
Any further questions before David? Good. Well, again, thank you again for everything you guys are doing. Did a great deal. Maybe we'll do a 5-minute coffee break because then we'll move to committee reports. That gives us a chance that we want to do a line shift too in terms of that piece of things we can do it then. So truly, please try to stay to the 5-minute. Back live then at this point? Okay, good. We'll pick back up on the agenda, and as you know, we'll now roll through the committee reports and discuss the academic affairs.
Thank you. Academic Affairs Committee met yesterday. I think we've got three minutes and then three action items, and we had a discussion about from General Marashi on the state of the academic program, and we had a discussion of admissions requirements from Colonel Hagee and Colonel. So see, the first action item is approval of graduates. VMI grants degrees in May, September, and January. We're responsible for approving all the graduates of the institute. The list, that tab A of your materials, graduates, consider the list of graduates. And delegate the authority to the dean and the deputy superintendent for academics. The names of cadets who do not meet the requirements of graduation, add the names of graduates who may fulfill the requirements of graduation. And we recommend that the full list of graduates reflected in your materials be approved.
So I'll accept that as a motion. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Second, thank you. Any discussions or questions? Anyone opposed? And approved, thank you.
Our second action item is changes to the fact. And that's appendix. Tab B of your materials. And we've got several changes to the faculty. Left some new folks appointed. Colonel Pappy Jones retired from the chemistry department. That's their emeritus status. And the change to the faculty, and the Academic Affairs Committee recommends approval of the change to the faculty August 28th, 2023.
Take that as a motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second. Yeah, any questions or discussion? Hearing none, anyone opposed? It's been approved.
Next item, the next action item is curricular changes. We're charged with the responsibility of academic quality and integrity of the institute. I think the tab C of your materials, the curricular changes. Got a couple things that changed here, some changes to the leadership minor and some changes to the international studies program. We had a discussion about that. There's a requirement that international studies majors have a C or better in history classes. My understanding that was a holdover from when international studies split off from the history department, and to make it consistent with the other departments, it's recommended that the change be made that passing grade is sufficient as opposed to a grade of C. So D would be okay for rat history and other history classes. We did have some discussion about that, but we recommend that these classes or the approval to the curriculum, recommend approval of the changes to the curriculum.
That is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Great, thank you. Any discussion or questions? Anyone opposed? Great, they stand approved. Thank you.
So Colonel Hagee provided an report. That's tab the Academic Affairs tab and Appendix C. So there's some discussion as the Academic Affairs Committee is charged with approval of the admission standard. And there's the recent Supreme Court decision about considering race admissions. And we were requested by the governor's office to make sure all the colleges are required to make sure that our admission standards are consistent or precedent. So understanding that there's never been consideration of race admissions at VMI, and there's not now at VMI. There is a tab in the Common App where applicants can what their race is, but our process requires that information to be hidden throughout the admission process after folks are admitted or the classes that we have that information. So it's our understanding that we are in compliance. No concern about running into that Supreme Court precedent. I refer to our counsel to make sure that's correct. I understand that's correct. And we do have admission standards that are approved. We had to do a little bit of digging. I think there was some discussion that these are the same standards.
All right.
I think that was a joke, but we have been we've been using these standards for a long time. Your materials here, this rubric, and the biggest emphasis is on academics. I think 30 out of 46 points is focused on academics for admissions. There's a few other pieces in here, extracurriculars, recommendation letters or an interview, my legacy status, and then other considerations that don't really fit into another category. There's no action that's needed at this time from the board because it is our pre. It's only if we wanted to change those admission standards that we would need to take action. One thing I'd like to add that we discussed in the committee meeting is that if we were to made standardized testing, the ACT or the SAT optional for applicants, and that was I think that's pretty consistent across the state and for higher education in general in the United States. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. So that's a temporary measure and we have not made that permanent, but it remains optional. So if we were to want to make the standardized testing optional permanently, we have to take action. I think in this coming academic year, they're going to take a look at that and how that's impacted the folks who are here, how that's impacting retention. But as we've discussed, I think at previous board meetings and a little bit yesterday, it's the high school GPA that's a little bit better of a predictor of academic success. General Marshy went through that. The cadets that come in with certain grade point averages tend to do better, tend to, we can extrapolate who's going to be on academic pro or struggle academically based in large part on that GPA. So again, there's, if anybody has any questions or if anybody wants to add anything, but there's no action that the board needs to take on the admission standards right now.
It's just one question. It's very interesting hearing from the ROTC yesterday. Are we doing a good job making prospective cadets aware that if they don't take the SAT, that it reduces their probability of getting a scholarship after they matriculate? If they seek one, if they decide they want to get a commission third class year, for example.
Well, I think to my knowledge, that message really comes from ROTC because so a rat gets here who's not on a 3 or 4 year, expresses interest in contracting. And then they work with them, and whether that I don't think, but though for like a 1 or 2 year contract, I may be wrong with back and say you need to go take the standardized test.
No, it's only for the national years prior to.
Yeah.
So, but that communication's coming ROTC to pre-strains thinking about reading. So Joe, I don't know that do you have anything in
On the
documents about that?
On the recruiting trail, we had that conversation with young people that if they're interested in obtaining an ROTC scholarship, they need to take the SAT.
Excellent. That's thank you.
Also for the honors program, right?
Yes, honors candidates for consideration for the honors program or for P scholars have to take the SAT or the ACT. It's one of the data.
We should have some more information as the year progresses on how that's impacting and whether we want to take it back. Another thing we discussed was that all cadets are required to take the VMI math placement test after admission, which determines whether or not cadets are eligible to enroll in the calculus course sequence. They have to take pre-calculus. So that's a pretty good predictor of whether or not those cadets are going to have success in a STEM major. And so there's some talk about whether it would be a good idea to have them take that beforehand. And that would be another useful predictor. Academic success, particularly if you're going to be engineering. And then just real briefly, I want to touch on the legacy aspect of the admissions process. There's a couple points that are given to folks if their parent comes here or if they have another family member that comes here. You can get 2 points if your parent was a graduate, or 1 point if you have another relative. And I think they said that was 4.2% of the consideration. It's not a major factor. There is some discussion on the national level of whether or not to take that out, but there's been no discussion of that here. And I think just my personal opinion, given, where we are with wanting to get folks in here and in the door, I don't see any reason to worry about the legacy admissions piece, but certainly.
All waiting too, right?
We also asked if there's any known correlation of success or retention if someone has a legacy status. Do those matriculants graduate at a higher rate or the same rate as everybody else? Kind of interesting to see. That's going to take a little bit of digging. Also, admissions open house attendance has returned to pre-COVID-19 pandemic levels, which is great for recruiting, and we're glad to see that come back up. There was a little bit of discussion about that yesterday. And then General Morici talked about the state of the academic program. And you have these highlights in your materials. Unfortunately, we weren't able to, dig down into all these great things that are happening, but there's so many good things happening here. We've got faculty receiving Chev Outstanding Faculty Award. We've got cadets receiving Fulbright scholarships, Warren scholarships, just a bunch of successful study abroad programs all over the world. Outstanding highly paid internships that cadets are accessing in the summer. And we discussed, as was also discussed yesterday a little bit in the full board meeting. We received this 4-year grant from Chev to promote increased enrollment of Pell eligible cadets or the lowest income folks. And that provides approximately $900,000 a year in support. That's going to fund some new positions in the Miller Academic Center. As you recall yesterday, the dean discussed, where we're looking at the cadets who need help, where we can identify those folks and help get them over the hump and keep them off ACT Pro. So that's got some funding for new staff there, emergency cadet support. And then a big piece is scholarships for attendance at summer transition program. We talked about that. The cadets who have maybe come from a lower income background or don't have all the academic support. Maybe it was the school they went to didn't have a ton of resources. They didn't have access to tutors or things like that. Those cadets, those matriculants, we really see are helped a lot by attendance at summer transition program. They get a class under their belt. So to get some of that, support in how to succeed in college. And we see that that's really helpful for those cadets, but it's tougher for them to afford to come to summer transition program. So this provides funding for those cadets. So we're really looking forward to seeing how that plays out over the next 4 years. And we're really grateful for that funding. It was also pointed out that this is designed to support low-income cadets, but it's really going to benefit everybody. And then it's going to help us identify some cadets who are maybe, or some potential applicants who are maybe not folks we would find ordinarily, but that have really high academic aptitude. We also talked about reviewing the core curriculum, make sure it's in keeping with the strategic plan when that gets approved, and how the academic curriculum is going to support the plan, incorporate a course in teaching constitutional history. We've got the new constitutional history professor who came in last year, and we're figuring out how to incorporate that into the curriculum. We've got the reaccreditation coming up from the COC, which is our accrediting body. Apparently we have to do that every 10 years, and it's coming up in 2 years, and they're starting that process now. So you can imagine what that process looks like. It's fairly involved, but that's something that we'll be hearing more about in the next 2 years. We're reviewing our academic standards this year. They're more rigorous than those at the federal service academies and other colleges. And part of that review is going to be readmission standards. If you're being readmitted, you have to have at least a 2.0, and you have to have all of your core courses taken here. Anybody who tries to get out under the 10-hour rule runs into that from time. So it's tough to get readmitted sometimes for folks. They're going to look at that process, how things get made better, maybe more easy for folks to get back in. We're reviewing our academic orientation process. We heard a little bit about that yesterday for the incoming RATs. The full day of academic orientation. They're going to look at how that process went, take some feedback, see how that's going to be changed or evaluated, see how that's going to go. going forward. There's a Jackson Hope grant to establish a director of innovation programming. That's going to support the development of a summer undergraduate program that's going to start this coming summer, 2024. And that's going to support also interdisciplinary institutional research grants. More of our undergraduate research going on. We all know got a lot of good stuff. Let's see, we heard last year about the faculty senate that was established. There's a suggestion that a faculty.
Yeah.
There was a suggestion that a faculty.
Seems
be
important.
established. So we've got a faculty advisory council. And that what that does just provides an additional means for the faculty to access the members of the higher staff and provide input on faculty governance. So we've got the council, the faculty advisory council is comprised of 2 elected members of the faculty from each of the 5 academic divisions. So there's members and they can request meetings with the dean as needed. And they have representatives that attend each academic board meeting and they have an opportunity to report to that board. There's also a women's faculty advisory.
Faculty working.
And so they can discuss things that are of particular importance to women faculty. I know one of the things they're going to look at is the parental leave policy. And what kind of decision making power folks in that position have or when their tenure clock starts and stops. So the faculty compensation, we know that that's just such a bright spot. In addition to the 5% across the board salary increase that the state is offering, there are additional salary adjustments using private funds, including the Gottwald, the 81 Academic Excellence Chair, and the Herndon Foundation grant, which supports salary supplements to the STEM department and in business and econ. So as a result of the salary increase, our average faculty salary would place us amongst or at number 6 amongst the colleges in the state. And over the past 7 years, the average salary here is 53%, which is just outstanding, from 67,000 to 105,000 a year. All assistant and associate professors are within 90 target salary. All professors across the board are within 84% of their target salaries. And on average, private funds provides 20 faculty compensation. Again, this is another bright spot that just our now in our private support is able to provide for our faculty. Did I miss anything?
Not a thing, exclamation point on the faculty compensation.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
Worked for this for years. Achieved number 6 status. Huge accomplishment. Kudos to the dean and his management as well as agencies and then the Richmond to get some extra funding. Exclamation.
Good report. And Pat, just to confirm, we're okay just recognizing in the minutes that we're in compliance with the Supreme Court ruling on affirmative action. So there's no special action taken by the board.
Correct, sir.
Which is what I think the Secretary of Education wants, some acknowledgement. Okay.
That's fine.
Any further questions for Gussie? Yeah, great report, Gussie. Teddy. Finance.
Thanks. Audit, Finance, Planning Committee. We have 4 board motions for consideration. These are all routine and normal course of business, either annually or biannually. The first is in tab D, delegation of contractual authority. No changes to the authorization levels. This is just an update, an annual update on items, names, and we recommend for this memorandum as written.
We have a motion. We have a second.
So moved.
Any discussion? Any opposition? They stand approved. Thank you.
Thanks. The next one is tab B, the approval of the small women and minority owned business plan for the current year. You can see the target of 42% in tab B. VMI has a strong track record of performance in this area, generally hitting all of its targets. We fell short a little bit in this past fiscal year. Even though we hit the goal for small businesses, women-owned and minority-owned businesses, we didn't hit the 42% goal, primarily because of less construction work exposed, and we expect to get back on track hitting its goals in 24. So we recommend approval of these goals to the board.
As the motions are second? Second. Thank you. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? Please stand up for a second.
Thank you. Tab F is approval of the audited financial statements for the past year ending 30 June. It's a clean report. It's an unmodified opinion. There were a couple of minor findings which are being addressed by the team. There's 3 carryover findings from prior years, and they have either fully been addressed or are being addressed. So this is just yet another pat on the back for strong performance from the vmi audit and finance team. So we recommend approval.
We have a motion. There's a second. Second. Thank you. Any questions or discussion? Anyone opposed? Stand approved. Thank you.
Thank you. The last one, tab G, is the approval of VMI's 6-year plan. This is a plan that gets, it's a state requirement. It gets presented to Chef, and that meeting took place in July. Euphane attended and can tell you about it if anyone was interested. This plan addresses academic, financial, and enrollment plans for the fiscal year 25 through 30 years. It doesn't commit VMI to these revenue or spending levels, but it's an indication that of the direction that we're taking. And it's an important document state. It's an every other year issuance, and in the off years, it's just updated with Chef. Included in here are tuition and fee projections of 3%. Dallas, that's throughout. Generally, this is seen as kind of a not to exceed type of. So unless there's other questions, I recommend approval of this 6-year plan for the fiscal years 25 through 30.
We have a motion. We have a second. Yep. Discussion or questions? Anyone opposed? Good. Thank you, Teddy.
Thank you. And other business, we heard from the alumni agencies, and y'all heard from David. Good report, strong position. Low quarters rolling off per-year average, and that's going to be a real benefit starting in fiscal year 25. We heard an IT report from the acting head, Daryl Campbell. As you know, Wes Robinson retired after 42 years. In addition, the desktop support manager, 5 years retired, and we had 3 other departures in the group. So turnover is a bit of a concern, and backfilling jobs is also a bit of a concern. Some have been filled, some have not, including the Chief Information Officer. We talked a fair amount about the budget. We acknowledged the strong performance in 23, where the team, through belt tightening and good hard work, turned a $5 million deficit in the budget into an $880,000 surplus, which tees us up nicely for the coming years. We looked at the 5-year outlook. And as the core returns to its 1,700 size, that'll help return us to health. But as you know, we have 2 small classes that are rolling through the years right now. 3rd class, 2nd class are small. So it's going to be a few years before we're really back to strength. This means that we're still projecting deficits for the next 3 years, which is not a good thing. But in the spring, we had talked about the fund balance, the reserve dropping as low as 7 million. The outlook now for that is 17 million. So financially, we're in a better state. Athletics continues to be the major issue on budget. And the periods 17 through 21, we had surpluses that turned to a deficit in 22, and it's grown to exceed $1 million. And looking forward, it's getting worse, and it's exceeding $1 million a year as far as the plan can see. So as we talked about in the spring, this is unsustainable, and it needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed quickly. And that's my report.
Good, Teddy, thank you. Any questions or comments or other members of the committee?
Guess I just wanna continue to flag my concern about out-of-state tuition.
State tuition.
How we're gonna keep an eye on that and set it at a reasonable level going forward.
It's kind of a net discussion, isn't it? Because it's a gross amount, but then there's a net because I think we use the Call of Duty. I think it sounds like very effectively with some of the outer state students. So yeah, absolutely. We'll keep that front and center. It's huge, huge issue. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Teddy, and the committee. You covered a lot of ground. Appreciate that. Thank you. Game on athletics.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, the committee met yesterday morning at a new board members night in Phillips. Also had attending the meeting. We had General Mann attended our meeting as well, along with the staff members, athletic staff. From the Kids Club, also Mr. Start meeting, advising the STP program, which we had a number of our mainly football players coming to the ST program, which have to assist the academic progress coming into the fall. Each of our athletes should take advantage of that, and I think it's been a healthy program throughout the year. Been a 50 or more students come through that, student athletes come through that program this past fall. This past summer, excuse me. Mr. Brown, assistant director, mentioned that we had 9 new hires to the athletic staff, 4 along the athletic trainer realm, director of operations, assistant coach, and then assistant coach on lacrosse and soccer teams. So welcoming those new staff members. We can make it in a minute as far as those names, but I can. We went on to, of course, it was a discussion in regards to our compete in our financial pathway to success. Mr. Brown started a presentation speaking to our what we look like from a budget standpoint. We were shown the 2 graphs shown about what the athletic department is like, depicting on the expenses and depicting on revenues. The weight of those are obviously the main expense on the athletic side is scholarship personnel, 42% athletic scholarship piece, 31% around personnel.
And around, and to offset that around on the revenue side, of course, alumni agencies support around the 45% range. And of course, I read my support is around 37%. Just highlighting those two highlighted areas that support the athletic program. We've shown the current budget projections 24 through 29. It was indicated that it was brought to attention, one of our committee members of, at one point we had a surplus in our athletic fund balance 2022 to 21. And what were the causes? Why are we in a deficit? The staff addressed that, mentioning that surplus was obviously due from the COVID funding of non-competition during those years of the COVID the athletics throughout the country. So to make up of that funding to fund our athletic program thereafter, but it's a deficit at that time. Went on to talk about the historical context of VMI athletics and how it's been a challenge. Keep up with the environment, changes around Division I, FCS schools across the country. Of course, the inflation is going on. Also, to piggyback on the causes of the deficit was where the indirect costs of mandated increases, salary increases across the board, huge indirect impact on our athletic program as well. We also touched about the inability of how we compete with our competitors. Mr. Miller shared a conversation he's had, and he's going to have continue with our competitive at Citadel. Talked about their issues that they're having is where they're having the same, very similar, identical issues as we are, and how do we fund athletics. It's interesting from his point of view of where they stand, where we stand. All those budgets are different, but we're in the same boat. So he's going to follow up with more detail with the AD down there in the next couple of weeks. Let's give you an example of what we're facing. We're not alone in this process from athletics. We had a hefty discussion. We talked about what does the light look like at the end of the tunnel? If the budget stays where it's at, we'll be in a negative position if you don't do anything. Of course, COVID pushed our issues to the forefront as a now issue versus an issue that we may have time to address. It is, as Teddy indicated on the budget, that it needs to be addressed sooner than later. We talked about options in reference to corporate donations, how do we capitalize on sponsorships, ticket sales, Miller's hiring, or when he came on as a consultant to the institute, we visited those avenues of reaching out to from his background, come from a consultant standpoint, and his experience from a former AD at several universities. The approach of identifying consultant firms that would give us opportunities to see from a corporate standpoint of those dollars. We have had little success in far as our local corporate sponsorships here in the community. So we identified, or we try to identify what opportunities we have. We have many of our current alumni, although they own businesses in this country. How do we tap into those alumni that have funds from advertising standpoint? That's opportunity that we looking to address and we should address.
we went on to speak to, presented, again, bar chart showing the comparisons of our institution compared to other conferences in conference. Two categories as far as our scholarships, non-scholarships. We pointed out that scholarship spending does not equal scholarship provided. You know, there's not meeting all the equivalencies or fully funding those scholarships for our major programs. It was pointed out that scholarship spending does not equal scholarships provided. VMI offers, we offer 40 less scholarships and offers averages due to our cadet fees and other fees that we applicable to. Mr. Grant also shared that the VMI at the bottom of the conference when it comes to in these these two categories, how we stack amongst our peers. We speak to the we talk about compete to win, the comparison of our schools as far as administrative staffing. On average, our other institutions have athletic administrative staff of 33 persons to carry out those duties to sustain a program. We're at around 20. So how do we compete? And many of our administrative athletic staffs have multiple hats. And versus our other competitors having specific, dedication to where if it's giving a dedicated staff member to that, and along with that, some of the other institutions have outsourced athletic services within their programs where we're unable to do that. So that presents a challenge in that respect. We did speak to conversation about about having how we brand our athletics. I think it correlates to our strategic plan overall standpoint. Something that kind of rolls into the strategic plan, so I won't doesn't make that regard, but that was a big concern of our committee. How do we maximize the successes of our cadets? How do we get that across to not only our own alumni, but also across other states that support military institutions? Good example of when we I think last year when we visited one of our sister institute Southern Conference institutions, corporate sponsorship, we had every third down there was USAA sponsored by such. We why can't we approach these same entities that support from a standpoint, Geico, those other like. So that's a challenge and opportunity. The windows here. We go on to look at our how do we compete against our competitive teams as compared to those teams from operating dollar standpoint. When we looked that up, took a 6-year look of our history of where we stack. That's our competitors around competitiveness and operating. Last 7 years, championship 1 year, 1 team. 7 of our teams, middle of the pack, and 10 of our other programs. Operating standpoint, 0. From that standpoint, from operating standpoint, middle of the pack, we had about 14, which kind of success from operating usually from the track and field, but not from our major 2 programs. And again, at the bottom of the pack, how we operating dollars. So again, compete to win. How do we? And this has created our deficit where we're seeing that.
General Rins did indicate that even if we were balance that budget, we were still at the bottom of the conference when it comes to everything. We spoke to, question came up about, regarding scholarship dollars, asking our donors who have already given a significant amount of dollars to donate more, and the implication of that. We're, comparatively speaking, a lot of our, we indicated from agencies that other institutions are envy of our percentage of giving of alumni to our institution. But at the same time, our top heavy of our givers, 92% around that neighborhood, or are our top givers. We're asking, how do we defer that that pressure? So we did talk about Bill mentioned about the giving from athletes. One very highly targeted area where we have about 18% of our scholarship athletes that attend VMI that give currently. That's an opportunity where we could address. So just a little bit of input or tick up in that regard and move forward as well. So we take some pressure off our top givers. We also talked about can we increase the number of donors? Talked about suggesting, capital campaign. I think it goes to again strategic planning, as far as campaign around athletics in that piece. How do we support our athletic programs, operations, scholarship standpoint? As Teddy mentioned, we're just shy of under $2 million in that deficit fund. Maybe creating an endowment. As part of that strategic plan, we'll be doing capital raise, our next capital raise. We did talk about from our last board meeting back in April. We did ask the staff, the athletic staff, to come with options, potential solutions to this crisis that we're having, the challenges that we're having around the athletic budget, our operations, and so forth. So there were 3 options presented to us. Again, these were options that are presented, not specifically solutions, but we did discuss from option A, departmental adjustments. Be asking teams just how we transfer some of our expenses to the cadet club, eliminate one-week competitions from our top level program teams, eliminate a weight team to kind of tackle the budget. Flat operating budgets, all units. We'll go through the approval process as far as increases in football, basketball, sports medicine. They will reflect those types of increases. Potential revenue actions from an option, looking at additional increased ticket sales, football, basketball, superintendents for and corporate sponsorship revenue, and then reach back out to our cadet club support. Not as necessary to help us meet budget. Option B circled around, talked scholarship reduction. Into action, pause, addition to scholarship funds. Limit scholarships to 11 as far as our basketball to more in-state versus out of state. Right now, we want to get the best. Limit our coaches in that regard. And then, develop a model to adjust and sports
scholarship allocation. And again, cadet club support to amount necessary to budget balance. We did mention that General Wins and the athletic department will meeting with the cadet club next week to discuss some of these options and what that may look like. And then our option C was to, moving NCAA sports to clubs. There's Title IX issues running around that specific area. One that personally probably from, but we've asked again our athletic staff to come up with actionable items around these options. For I know our next board meeting is September, but sooner as between this time of their meeting with the cadet club and get back with the finance committee between this time, tackle this issue around athletics. We did address a rumor around the boxing team been shut down for some reason. General Wins did address the issue around the parent coach was kind of requesting a higher salary for his responsibilities and increased salary. So we thought, that's a club sport. Addressed it couldn't address it at the immediate point because then we have others and clubs want about their salaries as well. So we General Williams tasked to combat and finding a solution for the boxing team to train. Again, that concern was with the national ranked team being locked down, out of our gyms and unable to train. So we don't believe the salary issue will that should be resolved further quickly. Are there any additions for the committee members? Anything that may have missed or not addressed that you want to address? Comment?
About, you mentioned having, more home games and fewer away games, and that might be a cost saving. Are there any rules, NCAA rules or anything against that? Or is there any pushback from the other teams like, hey, man?
Probably Power Fives may not like it.
There are rules that designate the number of games you have to compete in. What they mentioned was just, it's not a proposal, it's just kind of types of things that could be done to save money and actually use class times and a lot of those things that we would look at the possibility of reducing by one or something, a number of away games a team might play. It's just a travel. Minimal cost savings, but it would be a step.
These are one-way games, correct?
Correct. So, right, if we were going to play Fairfield in Connecticut at home and home, obviously we can't do that. These are games. Instead of many times you play an away game, you get a small guarantee. And not talking about basketball, football, that's a large guarantee. But other sports, a small guarantee that probably doesn't cover your costs. We might look to eliminate an opportunity occasionally that would, instead of playing, doesn't impact the team too much. If you play 19 games and 20 games, that it may have a positive impact on the budget and missed class time.
I would like to ask Mr. Miller about our social media impact. Whatever.
We had a robust enough conversation about the budget that we failed to mention a couple of things that the board had talked about the last time we were here. So I wanted to provide a quick update on that. Talking about communication, exposure, that sort of thing. I just had a couple of numbers for in that area. If you combine our impact for our people who are reach as for our various social medias, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Last year, we did about $2.5 million impact with $2.5 million reach on those social media, including
including a couple 100,000 people watching us on ESPN Plus. And the other thing I want to mention too is that we talked a lot about nutrition the last several meetings, nutrition for our cadet athletes. We're attacking that in two ways. One, we're coordinating with the Parkhurst and Dallas's group about improving there, and we've seen tremendous improvements in Crozet, and we're excited about that positive component to our athletes being able to get the nutrition, the calories they want and need. We've also in our second year, it's just embryonic right now, but fueling stations, we have fueling stations that for workout times for our cadet athletes, for all the teams, not just football and basketball, for all the teams, primarily located in the areas they do their workouts, their lifting. Right now, we're trying to keep that moving forward and enhancing and improving it. We're in the early stages of that. But an interesting fact for you, we calculated the other day that weekly, this is a weekly number, our cadet athletes and what they're exposed to has been provided in those relatively healthy or hopefully healthy calories. We do over 1 million calories a week for our cadet athletes available to them to supplement, not to replace, but to supplement what they're receiving in those some specific workout type materials, whether it's liquids or heart bars or whatever. So 1 million plus calories a week to our 600 athletes.
I mean, you covered it really well. I think Commandant and I talked a little about boxing last night.
Yeah, here's the update on that. When the coach left right before Hell Week, we, according to our process, we have to advertise the position through HR. So that was done very quickly. And we believe we have a down select coming in shortly, and then we can get the team out to practice because they do need to have oversight by a coach when they're. Thanks.
Well said, Damon. Thank you very much. Scott, Cadet Military Affairs.
We do not have any action items for approval. We have 2 new board members in Joshua and Major General Jim Ring, who was 588 Adjutant General Virginia, which is replacing General Williams, Williams was a real asset to our committee, and it was just an equal greater benefit to get Ring, who has institute knowledge, he's an aviator. We started off our meeting discussing the ROTC program. And if you'll recall, last year this time, we had brought on our new admission financial folks and quite a bit of discussion and some hard times in the RSPC for scholarships. And, very happy to report that that has turned around. And we heard that from our admissions team, financial aid, but a few numbers as well. So just looking at overall commission, we're projected to come in at about 200 commissions at the end of this year. It's up from last year. But just remember that number really isn't reflecting the changes that we see this year. And as the years progress, I suspect we'll see more change. And we started off, and you've got in your packets, and I'm asking you to look at those right now. We have these sort of standard rollout of how many people on scholarship and for each of the years. Because our RATs are going to be 2027. And if you start with Army, which is easier to do because Army not only brings in high school graduates on scholarship, but also quite a few cadets that are here and they want to be commissioned ultimately. And hopefully through their cadetship, they will obtain Army 2 and 3-year scholarships. We talked about SAT, we've been about that. If you're in high school and you want a military scholarship, you gotta have an SAT. With the Army rep told us, if you're a rat or a third applying for either a 2 or a 3-year scholarship, if you have an SAT, we'll put it on file. It's not important. The key elements are your performance as a cadet, your rat year, and your 3rd class year. That's the message I heard. We asked the question that preempted this is, should we have a rat take his SAT? And they said no. So I don't know how this might help as far as being mandatory or not. If you want to get a scholarship, ROTC, you've got to take an SAT. That's a fact. To get that from coming in out of high school. Okay, so let's look at how many this year. We have 77 rats on Army scholarships. Last year, we had 20. So that's a jump of 50, which the Army's just, flying banners about all this. It's fantastic. And then we had equivalent jumps. So in each of the years, we had equivalent to the previous year. So we're getting these 2 and 3-year scholarships. So right now, last year, total number on scholarship was 288. And this year, we got 351. So this rat class, they've got 184 rats that are seeking a commission, 77 of which are on scholarship. So of these, we're suspecting many will be going for scholarships, possibly as many as 25, 26. So that's a jump. 21 last year, rats, now 77. On the Navy side, they're very excited. Last year, rats, we had 12 Navy scholarships. Now we've got 28. But for thirds, last year we had 24. This year we got 29. So we had a jump there as well. And then on Air Force, so now just remember Navy and Air Force are different from Army in the sense, by the time you become a second, if you're not getting under contract, you can say goodbye to the Navy or the Marine Corps or the Air Force, and you're going to be go to the Army. And the Army will take. So, but in any case, the Air Force has their program for scholarships. And this is interesting. We mentioned it last year. They saw statistically that high school graduates that get an Air Force scholarship and during their first year in college in this program, many do poorly and they drop out and lose scholarship. So what they're encouraging is we're going to make it a lot more difficult to get a scholarship. They're going to be limited scholarship. High school kids want an Air Force scholarship. But for those of you that are thirds and seconds and rising first, we're going to work to provide you with scholarships. So, and I will tell you, Colonel Scott, this is her second year. She has not a VMI graduate, embraces the system. She has really worked well with our, but in any case, the news is last year we had 2 rats that came in the airport. This year we got 5, which is actually really significant because getting those scholarships out of high school is tough. Okay, so last year, birds, we had 5 under scholarship. This year she's got 12. Second, we had 10 last year. One. So what she was able to do, because the new Air Force program is under contract, is run through the paperwork with them, but she said it's very challenging because unlike the Air Force, we don't have the flight surgeon here like us. Is working to get these cadets in a position to make eligible scholarship and can receive it. She has done a formidable job. With last year, this time when she reported, she had concerns about our Air Force cadets maybe not performing well in their summer training, that kind of thing. That's all been turned around. In fact, in the Air Force summer training, I'm kind of jumping around a little bit here, but we had 21 graduates from this Air Force summer program, one of which was a distinguished graduate, and a female. That's a big deal. So she is very pleased with our admissions program and our financial aid. But I will tell you, as a board member, we're very pleased with our ROTC department willingness to work within this, because Air Force doesn't have a recruiting. Not like the Army, and neither does the Navy. No recruiting. They've all worked together to make this happen. Some of the upcoming things, and I'm talking about Air Force. She's got the retired General John Rainey, who was the first general officer for the space 2019, 2020. He's coming here this fall as a guest speaker. She's got 10 of our Air Force cadets are in the Washington, D.C. area right now, the national convention. A whole host of this great leadership things going on in the Air Force. It's brought back to the Navy because their scholarships are up. We're one of the challenges we had last year is the nuclear engineering. So VMI has a quota for nuclear engineering. It's a big deal. It's really important. Our academic side enjoys that and supports it. So our quota this year, I believe, is 4. Past year, it's been 6. A couple of years ago, I think 7 or 8. One of the things that was tripping us up on our nuclear engineer candidates is some preparatory courses that were specifically geared to these individuals that they would perform well on this test. Is so that the Navy Department worked with our dean and his group, and they put together this program for these nuclear folks to work with and the physics department and get that kind of curriculum. And so, which I think is, we are expecting good results. So the summer training from the Navy, we had 15, many on cruises and the Marine Corps as well. But one of the interesting things that we reported last year is the Navy has a introductory program for those scholarship cadets coming in that, across the country, your ROTC, Navy, Marine Corps, you go through this couple-week program, training, get you ready, make sure you're some of the musters like the physical, those kind of things. And we happened to have one of our entering grads in this program was an honor graduate from that program, which is a good sign. So that's Navy. We'll talk quickly, finish up here on Army. Army's got an FTX going on here soon. We continue to compete in the Ranger Challenge, and we've had success with that. It's kind of not unlike club sports, these kind of things are really there to teach leadership and training and for cadets to have other opportunities. not only here on post, but actually go to different places and experience these types of competitions. And every so often we get these winners too, and that's just icing. And that's not unlike boxing. The club sports is here. It's really just every cadets athlete is a great way for leadership and for these cadets to experience other things that are off of post that they wouldn't otherwise. I mean, they're not capable of being NCAA. So these opportunities are in our ROTC as well, and they're worthy of tracking. One of the other issues and concerns is so we had 128 rising first-classmen at the summer training for the Army. We all remember how that is. We were an Army cadet. And our complete RTC staff goes and supports this. So they're serving as company commanders and administrators there during this program. And RTC reported us last year that they were going to lose 7 of their folks that were transferring out. They ended up losing 9. So 9 of our experienced cadre part of RTC are transferred out, and actually they lost 11 and they got 9 new. So it's it's not a bad thing. It's just a challenge as new RTC instructors and cadre that'll have to be brought up to speed. And it's interesting to know that that's a big changer. If you look at the academic, you'll see a lot of these names, all these instructors that are new that are coming in. So those are the things that the RTC departments have challenges. So that sort of summarizes. Ernie or anybody have anything they want to add on the RTC side?
Yeah, I'd say, talked a lot about scholarships. We talked about Call of Duty, saw the numbers. But I just underscore the point that Scott's made. This is a huge game. The Call of Duty is a huge game changer. So a lot of us who were on the board last year got a lot of concern from the broader community about how the institute was getting its pocket picked, pardon my French, with our competitor schools because they can offer this. And the numbers were what they were. Well, this year we flipped it to where we're the ones, I hate to say pocket picking, but it's competition. And we've doubled, as Scott indicated, we've doubled the numbers of incoming scholarship rats in all the services because we're able to offer that. So I think our good challenge to have is how we keep that going on a sustainable basis, because it's clear that is made an immediate benefit. And I also draw to Gussie's point, we are concerned about our out-of-state complement. It's even more of a game changer for attracting out-of-state cadets because we're basically not able to do it otherwise. I would say too, just kind of specific to the Army, for the new members of the board, as Scott mentioned, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, if you're not on a commissioning track by the start of your second class year, you get cycled over to the Army. So the Army is able to do a lot of really wonderful creative things with commissioning for young people who, even at the last minute, decide they want to commission where before they weren't able to do it.
Raised, right?
But, and I'll go ahead and say, we will continue to see the iceberg that we're sailing towards with the class of 26, and that is there's just not enough of them. And so for Army to make mission on commissioning with class of 26 is something they've already flagged as it's going to be a real challenge. And it's purely by dint of numbers. So we'll obviously keep an eye on that, but that was another takeaway that we received yesterday. Back to you, Scott.
Yeah, there was one other thing that Major General Ring talked about. And that was and he was going to, I think he had some follow-up in terms of pursuing opportunity there, but he talked about that there was really significant numbers needed in Cyber Command. And so that was very significant, I think, in terms of opportunity and in the National Guard Reserve area. And then also he did talk to some degree about pilot slots. So it would appear there's something there, but he was going to do some follow-up for it.
I think that's a good example of what he brings to the table. But in summary on ROTC, the bigger picture is as we get these scholarships, and these, candidates that want to serve, we're continuing to be a key leadership role and leadership individuals in our armed forces. So that's a big picture. Yes, we're getting more money. It's helping us on all that end, but we're putting some outstanding leaders into our armed forces. So that's a big picture win. So after RTC, we had time to discuss the floor, and the commandant gave us an excellent briefing. We have slides that were not in your all's book, and I've pinpointed several that I'd like to get with Bill after this and make sure you guys get them. I'm not familiar you with the paperwork that you need, but some of the ones that are key. So the on the cadet side, there were some goals that this leadership, which you're seeing, and they're very unique. And I'll just also add, if you've been in a committee meeting yesterday and it had cadets in it, you walked out of there, I guarantee it, refreshed. That, gosh, look at these young people. So in saying that, one of the goals this year was for the Corps to lead, and that's been a building block. Last year in April, I met with the commandant, and this leadership were seconds had been selected, and they were there training and planning for this rat line that we're in now. And they broke it into 4 phases. And this right now is phase 0, is the Hell Week and go in. So we're transitioning into phase 1 right now. And they had these all blocked out and when they're going to occur. So one of the accomplishments, and we haven't seen the whole test of where this rat line is going, but if you look at Hell Week, I think it was very successful, and it was for leading the Corps. In fact, the cadet newspaper that Teddy Gobble passed out, the lead article is very favorable about how the cadets feel the Corps is leading the Corps. And that's one of our goals, and we feel that's an accomplishment. So some of the other accomplishments and things to do, this leadership has worked with is, we updated the Blue Book. I call it the new translation, of the Blue Book. And they worked through last year some inconsistencies they found, and we feel like it's published and it's a working document. And we're good about it. The rat Bible, we passed that out. Told that the first class, they put that rat Bible together. We all got one. I take a look at it because some of these acronyms we use, they're in there and you can figure all that. We did some very formal cadet and cadre training, the cadre corporals. One of the items we discussed last year that we had some issues with is demerits. Had some demerit issues, had some cadets running up big time demerits, and we all feel like that's a responsibility of first class and our legion. We feel responsible that the youngster is having trouble with demerits, and we need to get on that right away. And that's one of the things we're doing. I will also tell you that it's not court-wide leadership to give out demerits like it was last year and some of the previous years. And that apparently has changed over the decades. But in any case, for only first captains, captains can assign demerits, and that's, I think, a very good thing. It's more about correcting and assigning demerits.
Scott, I'm sorry to do this to you a little bit, but yeah, if you could,
Okay.
please. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to
wrap it up. So here's the final thing. One of the charts you're going to get is attrition. Our attrition numbers are at 3.7%, which puts us in line with the data that's on this chart is quarter of a century. In fact, 2000, I think Colonel Bissell worked with Earl Bogart got this together. It's a good chart. So it's one on target. You ought to take a look at it. So our attrition rate is good. It's normal, but a little bit better than average. So thanks to the board.
To your point, Bill, if we could put that material on the portal.
I'll show you which one.
Well, actually, I think put it all. I think just as a general practice, if something was sent out at one of the committee meetings, let's just have it all populated rather than pick and choose. That way everybody's got everything. So any questions for Scott?
Sorry, I know we're trying to.
No.
Are there any consequences if the Army doesn't meet its recruitment goals? Like, bad, weren't you saying that they're worried about low numbers and they might not be able to?
Six. We did not discuss those. I think at this point, it's, you know, they're worried about meeting the goal first, and they'll worry about the consequences later. I'm sure there's probably a sort of hand slap from Cadet Command Army, but.
Well, there's going to be a bigger discussion about that because of the lack of the 07 downfall, the population. They're forecasting there's not going to be many eligible lieutenants. We think we'll benefit from that ultimately. So,
yeah, so it's just something they've highlighted to keep an eye on, but not probably yet.
Okay, good discussion. Thank you, Scott. Lester, Inclusive Excellence.
So if you indulge me, Mr. President, I want to we had a mini on Thursday.
Yeah, absolutely.
Briefly touch on that. And the reason I do is because I've had several conversations since I took over the committee with some outside alumni. And I think the general sense that I get is there's been kind of a lot of changeover and what most people will consider probably a very high profile committee. With me taking over as committee chairman, Brianna taking over for Dr. So I just kind of wanted to go because I think at that committee meeting, we kind of, for the new board members, we kind of went back to the beginning and kind of, and maybe that's good for some of the older board members to just kind of remind us of where we've been and this point. So, like I said, I'll keep it brief and I'll go into what yesterday was.
That's a good, please.
So basically, we had a committee meeting on Thursday, August 24th. We picked that day because the board members were up for new orientation. So I came up just kind of mainly focus on some comments from General and the guest speakers that we had that day. So Major General Wins discussed that in 2021, the Board of Visitors assigned a task to VMI to create an inclusive excellence program. Dr. Love, who was the initial Chief Diversity Officer, was hired to lead her primary duties were to establish the program and submit an inclusive excellence plan. During the first year, the program was developed using curated products based on best practices from various sources, including military programs. In the second year, the training was further refined. With Brianna Williams. At this point, Brianna has taken over. Dr. Love has resigned, and she provided insights into the program's evolution, focusing on leadership development and learning. The goal of the program, of course, is to foster young leaders who appreciate diversity in its role in building strong organizations. Efforts are also being made to strengthen connections with the barracks, cadet governance, and center leadership ethics. This update reflects the current status of the program. At that point, Brianna spoke and she expressed some gratitude for the support and input received during the summer while developing the inclusive excellence training that she's kind of in charge of at this point. She mentioned a lot about considering feedback from various sources, including advice from students and board members. Me and Brianna have talked about that, and one of the things that we kind of decided to focus on is collecting as much information from other sources as we can and kind of using that as a baseline for VMI's program. We've gotten a lot of heat since the beginning about DOI, and we felt like if we could establish that as a baseline and show that we're consistent with what other programs are doing, that we would be considered being extreme with our training and with the program that we're offering kids, the faculty. Training structured to have different levels and tailored lessons for each class of cadet. When we first started, everything was kind of a one-size-fit-all program. And now we're using 4 different programs for each level of the cadet, from 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. All have a little bit different program based on what we feel like. She has highlighted the importance of integrating facilitator training into the VMI mission along with its leadership development model and the Center of Leadership and Ethics. She acknowledged the guidance from Colonel Gray and Dr. Tucker from the CLE. She also mentioned collaborating with Major General Wins to make training more relevant to the cadets experiencing. The training aligns with VMI's mission and leadership development system. The CLE's leadership theme for the academic year focuses on adapting to a complex environment, which ties into the BOV executive goal and inclusive excellence plan adopted in July 2020. Correspondingly, the Department of Defense and the NCAA emphasize the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion with the NCAA having specific goals for Division I institutions. We had two guest speakers, cadets at that committee meeting. Two cadets from the Inclusive Excellence Training Facilitators program spoke at the meeting. The first speaker aspired to be part of the cadre that year, this year, but was not selected. So despite that, she wanted to find a way to engage with RATs and her fellow cadets and actively contribute to BMI's culture and promote diversity. She drew on her parents' experience at the Federal Service Academies and highlighted the distinctions between the two institutions and the unique diverse perspective they offer. Ultimately, she aims to make a meaningful impact and leave her mark at VMI. The second speaker wanted to become a diversity training facilitator at VMI because her dyke was a facilitator, and she believed that diversity, opportunity, inclusion is about understanding and respecting each other's differences. She finds last year training less engaging, but is committed to creating a better curriculum this time. Her final remark emphasized that DOI will always be about speaking for the unspoken and being comfortable, which is what VMI was all about. Finally, for that day, like I said, we talked about a lot, but like I said, I just want to really focus on kind of communication from the people that were Brianna stated the facilitators would continue to guide conversations to explore the shared values and identities among participants to promote understanding and productive discussion among participants. She further remarked that during a previous activity with facilitators, it was surprising to discover that both men and women identified their gender as a significant aspect of their identity, even in an environment that might be predominantly male. Additionally, she discovers similar commonalities when discussing religion, which brings families and communities together, transcending specific religion differences. In closing, Brianna highlighted that the goal of the activity was to identify commonalities and foster productive conversations among participants. I think that was the common theme, especially at that committee meeting, is that this opportunity we have with diversity, DOI, is not so much about finding differences, but finding similarities. And I think if we focus on that, then some of this rhetoric and fire that kind of swarms around us about the subject kind of die down. So I said it yesterday to my committee members. I really enjoy having the committee members that I have because we've had 2 meetings now, and I get the sense that everybody feels that same way. And it makes, in my opinion, it makes us able to kind of get a lot of stuff done versus us just kind of sitting around the table going back and forth with things. So as far as yesterday, this will be briefer than that. Like I said, I'm just going to touch on a couple things. Like I say, the agenda, we just basically just kind of reviewed the committee that we minutes from the 24th. We had 4 cadet facilitators at the meeting yesterday. Just to touch on a little bit of things that they talked about the Cadet Equity Association, which I was very happy to hear about. I think that's very important. I think to hear about it a lot today and yesterday to be put on the same line as OGA and some of the other cadet-run organizations, which to me highlights the importance of the work that the CEA is doing. So we spoke. One of the people that cadets was there was Cadet Rachel Hudgens. She's a liaison between CEA and Inclusive Excellence. So she's the kind of person I think that Brianna would talk to if there's an issue that needs to be kind of communicated back and forth between. So just there's a good communication channel between the cadet-run version of DOI and the administration's run version of DOI. So we talked about the training. spoke about. The training again is broken up into 4 different categories. You basically have the rats who do something, and I'm not gonna even, y'all have this information in your packet, so I'm not gonna go into much detail. We have the social identity wheel that the fourths do. We have,
Let's do go over that with them.
yeah, and I'm gonna touch on some of the comments that were made. The circle of influence bias assessment, which is the 3rd class training, and the core values reflection, which is a 2nd class training, and then 1st class training is speakers, which again, I think especially if you've been in VMI, as long as the first half, like I said, basically at this point, we want to start getting them some real world information. So I think speakers are a good thing versus some of the hands-on training. As Scott mentioned, the cadet facilitators discussed the training, and Scott, I'll let you touch on that. I know there was a question about 4th class training, which was a social identity wheel, and the difference between that as well, and the 4 corners. Teddy talked about it briefly yesterday too. I wasn't a part of the original conversation, but I think you, Scott, got
I felt like it was our responsibility to, have them lay it down, and Cadet Hodge, he's a regimental staff guy, and he helps with this training, and they went through how they work it, and it's really, they preface this with find us one of these categories, but NCAA athlete, I forget what all the categories, but one of the categories that you happen to associate, that you're comfortable with, and you go and stand in that area. And if you don't want to do that, that's fine as well. And it's designed to be a very introductory class for rats, and the facilitators are trained to do it in that. Like, sort of summarize it.
Yeah, I think so. So, and like I said, we can, I want to keep this short, but like I said, definitely, I know Brianna's willing to have conversations. I've told my committee members, tell the football, I'm willing to sit down with any internal and external.
And they're invited us to come. They haven't actually started these training classes.
Yeah, the first training will be for the rats, I think, on Friday. So that'll be the first official training for this school. Cadet Mickens spoke about how the training helps to educate others and how to interact with each other, regardless of differences. The general consensus from all the facilitators with the reception to the training overall with the core is good. Again, of course, nobody loves training, but like I say, overall, they felt like that people were very receptive to what they're doing. So first training is Friday. Yep, that's, like I said, for the most part, like I said, a very good discussion about the training.
They also mentioned that each cadet gets 1 hour a year.
So there's 1 hour of training per year per class. Classes are typically about 25 cadets, 2 facilitators, and 1 professor. So again, that's not a huge commitment for DOI. So
is that a change from last year where the rats got 2 sessions?
Yes.
So that came up
1 this year.
From what was discussed yesterday. Originally, it was planned to be 1 hour, and apparently the rats asked for it.
Rats are just doing 1, Brianna?
So the first year of the program, the rats did 2 sessions.
50 minutes, right?
Second year and now our 3rd year, rats were just doing 1 session.
Okay.
You have a flyer in your packet. So there's a debate on September 25th. It's facilitated by an organization called A Braver Ain't. It's basically a debate. It's basically a debate that kind of looks to bring civility back to a conversation about diversity. I'm actually going to make it appear for myself for it, but Braver Angels is an organization that I've been working with since about 2017, and their commitment again is to kind of tramp down some of the fire that burns around this discussion, so we can sit down and actually discussion productive around race and things, which again, I think for the most part, I think everybody agreed, we kind of went off reservation. That's there's also attempt to do intercollegiate debate on November 28th, similar to the one that's on September 25th. The schools that are involved, Washington Lee, Southern Virginia University, and Mountain Gateway Community College. Topic on that one is to be determined. There was a question that came up about the bylaws, and basically we've changed the office name from the DEI, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, to DOI to be more consistent with Governor Young's administration and what the state promotes. I went on the record as saying that again, I never had a problem with equity, but we also agreed that since we've changed everything else from equity to opportunity, that we would look to do that with my comment regarding that is I felt like equity, the whole discussion behind equity versus opportunity was more political conversation. It wouldn't keep us. So I felt like make the change and something else that people can't really bring up that conversation. So I'll get with, again, I don't know process we need to do. I'll get with Tom and figure. There's 2 instances in the bylaws that reference equity, and like I said, we'll get those changed. I think that is pretty much it. The other last thing, Brianna went to West Point for a diversity conference, and she had a really good time, met a lot of people. And that is also, again, consistent with us not trying to operate in a bubble, getting outside of VMI and talking to different people that are having the same issues that we're having, and look to kind of learn and not try to recreate the wheel. So again, like I said, take those things that we know are being used. Again, DEI has been around for a very long time. Use those things that we know are effective, and then from there we can kind of layer it and add things that are more specific to VMI and the needs of cadets at VMI. So, and that concludes.
Or Lester, I think you said it, and I'll maybe say my own set of words. For those of us been around a little while, how this has evolved actually from its starting point to where it is today. And I think, as you alluded to, will continue to evolve, but it's been quite an evolution from those early days. And I know Brown has been very good about sort of helping us see where those changes have occurred actually, and the evolutions occurred. But part of it's also just having it more embedded in the fabric of our leadership sort of initiatives here, with Cleve, for example.
Committee members of the.
Just so the people that Brianna cadets brought were just, just outstanding. That's very, very into it. I strongly recommend that institute faculty and staff have a education in diversity. It's required in business, it's required in the military. And if we're going to get fully on board with it, I think it's a feather in their cap if we can say not only do the cadets have it, but also the faculties.
So we've done for the past 2 years, we've done some type of training, if you will. It's really kind of an hour-long session. But yeah, we'll continue to do that.
In my company, there's modules, and I'm sure we did go out and buy them, purchase them. And you sit down at the computer for an hour, and your name, once you've completed it, you get a certificate. And so, but I think if we could certify everybody, say, hey, not only the cadets doing it, but the faculty instead.
I'd also add, we had a great. My impression is Brianna's office and the CLE are leveraging each other, which is great. It's synergistic effort there. One of the another topic upcoming in October, and I don't remember the date, maybe it's October 25th. There will be a guest speaker from the Miriam Society, which will be a fantastic event in and of itself. But that's, as I learned from Colonel Gray later on, that's actually been an entree for us, some of our foreign study and engagement with Israel back and forth with the service academies and with the Royal Military College in Canada. So there's a lot of goodness that comes out of that, but that will be an event unto itself, I believe, over at Gillis that faculty and staff, I think, get a lot out of.
Plus, yeah, as a new board member and coming from the alumni side, I really get my ears up on this topic as I came over here, and my observations over the last couple of days, I think are captured well by one of the first things that you said, and that is that we're looking more for where we have commonality than where we have differences. And I think that's very well stated. And I sense that as I talk to different board members, and clearly that came across in conversations with the cadets. I think General Wins back in March 22 made a statement that I believe is absolutely true, and that is VMI is a microcosm of society. It is not immune to the challenges of racism and sexual misconduct which occur on college campuses across the nation. It happens. It happens in, as Terry said, in the corporate world. It happens in any organization. Racism and sexual misconduct in any form will never be tolerated at VMI. I don't think it's ever been tolerated. I think we just have to be on guard for it more and aware. And charges of institutional racism at VMI are just not supported by the facts. And I agree with that. I felt good about it all with all the people that I talked to, and I think you're spot on when you're talking about us finding commonality.
So report, good discussion. Thank you, Lester. External relations.
Thank you, Mr. President. The External Relations Committee met yesterday. We had all of our members present. We welcomed 2 new members. Williams. Supported by and for reports from Institute staff, Colonel Gibson, General Clark, Colonel Parker, Colonel Wyatt, Colonel Blubar, and Elwood. We reviewed our charter and we approved the minutes of the April meeting. We heard reports from the S5. We heard additional reports on government relations, both at the state level and local. We heard a report from Patients and Marketing Association. And highlight of all of our meetings, we heard a great report. System. Your tab under external things, all of this material, great reports to read ahead. I'm going to try to hit that. We heard from Noah Campbell, class of 24, class 4, hopes to his biology major, hopes to attend medical school. As everyone knows, such a great opportunity to see our cadets whenever you have a chance, by feeling like everything's spinning well at the Institute. Noah Campbell told us about support that the S5 group provided for Matriculation Day. That's come and help parents separate as they enter parents, which is also always a tense time. They assist with open houses. We have 3 of them in the fall and 3 of them in the spring. We're back to pre-COVID levels, average about 170 cadets spending the night in barracks, or prospective cadets spending the night in barracks, which, as we all know, is a huge impact on our admissions process. They provide protocols and parades every weekend. They provide tours on post. This year, they gave a tour for the convocation speaker and the Sigma Nu chapter president came, and they just they're very busy all the time. They organize Thanksgiving and holiday suppers. I thought this was very interesting on post. The firsts and the rats have holiday dinners together, and the seconds and thirds have holiday. Really great. And they trips to high schools to help with government relations. A lot to talk about. There's a lot in your book that you can review. I'm sure you have read it. So I hit the highlights. Colonel Parker gave report from what's going on in Richmond. She reviewed our McGuire Woods Consulting report, which is in your packet, highlights there, of course, focus on the change of in November. All 140 seats, 40 in the Senate, 100 in the House, are up for election. With that occurring, as well as retirements, we're having an unprecedented loss of institution. This hasn't happened since the 1960s. Since the Nixon era. That's right. Including the loss of Senator Tommy Norman, retiring at 30 plus years of dedicated service. Senate, including Chairman. That leaves us with Jennifer Carroll Boyd in the as a delegate who is running for the Senate. So as a VMI alumnus, she may wind up at the Senate. This is a huge challenge for, but not one that our group is up to meet, but a huge challenge for our lobbying staff. They have to meet all these, form these relationships. Everyone knows lobbying is all about forming relationships. That's going to be a big challenge for them. We talked about the 6-year plan that was presented to Chev. We've heard about that. Teddy talked about that during his report. I was able to, and that, and I just have to say, I'm so impressed with General Wins's presentation, Mark's preparation for the presentation, and Chev, I could just tell was outstanding, and the questions they asked and body language I received, super impressed. There now some interesting, great news on the special session on the budget. This information is also in your packet. I'll just hit the highlights, but the budget now has been approved to a special session. There's some supplements to the budget that impacted the Institute in a positive way. We received an additional $832,000 for operational expenses. Some of that is going to fund the Associate for Academic Support, which will dovetail with our strategic management approach to admissions and financial aid. So great win there, as well as Senator Norman's swan song. We had 3 capital budget amendments that were approved, which is huge. It's that many approved, and his colleagues kind of ribbed him about it, but capital budget improvements for improvements in battlefield status, improvements to Henty Hall and to that facility structure and to renovate financial. Great budget amendments, success stories. You'll see in your packet that some of the fall post visits that are being planned. We'll have of note, Secretary of Finance Stephen Cummings will be on post. Senator Creed Deeds will be on post. Delegate Campbell, Delegate Austin, and Delegate Head. We'll have our February legislative reception in Richmond, supported by the cadets, as well as hopefully members of the board and alumni association folks and other alumni. Very important for us to make these new relationships. And so if you come to that reception, that'll be greatly appreciated. So let's move into the local government relations report. Colonel Bubar has now taken over those duties, and he gave us a great report. A lot of great activity locally, including 2 presentations that Colonel Bubar was able to attend. One is a fire ladder truck dedication. $350,000 was contributed from dedication to that very important piece of equipment. The Gateway Triangle Garden, if you haven't seen it, it's really cool. It's coming to town right up Route 11, right past the football stadium, where we split to the double Route 11. I guess it's Washington Avenue goes to the right. There's a new, very attractive triangle garden there. VMI contributed $10,000 for that. Supported the Buena Vista fireworks celebration. Some other great activities. There was a movie night in Foster Stadium, which sounded really fun. It sounded super duper drive-in. Right. General Wins invited police chief and the city manager to matriculation, and I think they were able to attend that. Coming on the horizon, it hasn't happened yet. I think it's planned. There will be new bike lanes along Foster Stadium. So when you enter post right there, coming up Route 11, wrestling facility. up to that memorial, the new garden split off. We're gonna have some bike lanes that the city was. That impact park along that area.
RTC.
Oh, it is. So we'll learn more about that next session. We then moved into the communications and marketing report. Why I provided that report. Lot of great information in your packet. I'll put the highlights. Our media coverage in the last academic year has improved. Media coverage is up generally 23.7%. Positive news is up 7%. Negative news is up 2%. So that's good. More positive news than negative news. Royalties he reviewed that we get through sales in the PX and online, also up to pre-COVID levels, about $80,000 a year coming in. Talked about new digital content efforts, 495 new content pieces in the past year, 1,700 social media posts. These efforts are being supported by our new social media coordinator and our new videographer that we were able to hire. We talked about that in the last session. They're on the job, doing a great job, and we're seeing results from them. Great news and editorial pieces have been put out, about 120 pieces of content, photos, photo ops that are put out into news and editorial pieces. Our web traffic has improved, although we could really use some improvements to our website. Megan, I think you asked, how much would that cost? I think that 100. Or no, Nancy asked, what do you need? Tell us how much you need. I think it would be about 100. To improve to redo our website. Talked about our FOIA requests and how much time that requires of quiet. About 117 FOIA requests last year, 34% over year.
How many hours is that? Do we know?
80% of your months.
80% of a FTE.
There are times where I spend 100.
In your package, you'll see Colonel Wyatt's very comprehensive and thorough 2023-2024 strategic communications plan. It's very detailed, discussing brand modernizing our website, challenges that we have, technology and resources we need to meet those challenges. It cost about $250,000 a year for a few years on a brand campaign. There was discussion about that plan not being focused enough on reach out to the alumni in particular. The alumni want transparent communication from the Institute, from this board. We discussed a very interesting piece that I'm thinking of Edgar was able to send to me over the summer, a university you're familiar with. Student at the end of every one of their three times a year board meetings, or puts out a summary, highlights of what was on the agenda, highlights of what occurred. It's something we might want to.
We've had some correspondence back and forth. It's a little challenging, but we'll work towards it.
Perhaps even, more periodic communications from our board president. We do put out lots of letters, apparently long. We then heard some communications and marketing efforts from the alumni agencies, which dovetails obviously with what the Institute's doing. The Alumni Association, the agencies have better access to alumni contact information. So a lot of what we send out from the Institute needs to be sent out really through the alumni agency side, through the access to. So those agencies dovetail in communications. We heard a little bit from Amy this morning about some of the great work occurred surrounding our admissions effort and the emergency sort of resources we with that. Our general branding that we've been focused on, the agencies have been focused on throughout the year. Amy was able to give us a couple of handouts, one of which is at your desktop. I encourage you to please take a look at this and review all of the good work that has occurred in the last year, but as well as the communications plan for The objectives for strategic communications include telling the good news story of VMI, informing the VMI alumni base, increasing the confidence in the VMI program, inspiring continued philanthropy, supporting admissions to the general public through search engine optimization. Term none of us knew 10 years ago. Now we all know it. Just the highlights that you'll see in this are outstanding. Talked a little bit about it this morning, but I was super impressed with 15,000 of our 23,000 living alumni being touched. With turnouts on an average 7 to 10 of those communications. People read each one of those turnouts. So anyway, a lot of great information. Amy, do you want to highlight anything in here? Or let's read it once. Particularly you'd like to highlight that I have?
Or I just wanted to say, Colonel Wyatt and I stay in touch, and when he said that there was funding for a yield digital campaign on the institute side, we wanted to step in where we could and help with the parents and just general admissions inquiries. And so that's kind of how we're playing that, both doing digital marketing campaigns that are quite successful as it turns out. And we're re-upping for another year, as you can see in that document. May I just bring myself humbly before the board that I realized last night in the weariness of the night when I was updating that there are 2 typos in that document. So I'm my worst critic, but I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Sammy. No worries.
They would not have been noticed.
Yeah, exactly.
Appreciate that. There was some discussion about, Amy, you didn't, I don't think heard this, but about let's get airports, let's do some advertising.
Yes.
And coincidentally, we're planning to do something. Richmond, Roanoke, and one of those.
And Norfolk.
And Norfolk.
And then we're doing the takeover Sundays where we full page ads in twice.
Well, then we turn to the museum report, and Colonel Gibson gave us a great rundown on our fabulous museum system. At your tables or at your places, you'll see the report, the Board of Visitors that Colonel Gibson prepared for us. He does this for every one of our board meetings. It's so appreciated. It's comprehensive, so much going on, including the Brother Rat doll, which is on the featured article here, which apparently harkens back to the time when the movie Brother Rat was produced by VMI. Well, didn't General McCarthy? Both Patton and McCarthy. But in any event, that is a recent acquisition. Other acquisitions to the museum system that are noted in here.
Conrad, put the W&L stickers on the doll there.
We've also a couple of other acquisitions of sword and a painting. A lot of cadet engagement. One of our cadets attended the National Museum of the Marine Corps internship. We've had a scholar in residence here from Clark University. On the did you know scale, did you know that in our Hall of Valor, our the medals we have, Valor medals we have in Lee is the largest collection of Valor medals in the country. You know, great to learn that. Colonel Gibson also assisted with working on and commissioning some art for fitness quarters. If you got a chance to see the natural bridge piece and your living room, it's absolutely fantastic. And a faculty member, Lisa French, is that her name? Is she, who is that worked on them? Oh, no, she's a new staff. Who is our faculty staff member who's the artist?
Bruce McDonald.
Or Lisa French is staff person who's joined system. Our Jackson House assistant site director is leaving for another opportunity, so we'll need to replace that position. Nearing pre-COVID levels, 80,000 people who come through our museum system, and Colonel Gibson leaving highlight.
Well done, sir.
Now, we then moved into closed session to discuss 2 items that need action by the board. That's okay. Let's move to that. So part of our charter requires our group to consider gifts to the Institute, as well as the formation of committees to review or to award special awards, Newmarket medals. So we entered closed session to discuss those opportunities. Get the material for that. First, in closed session, we discussed if that we're being asked to accept. It's the Confederate Memorial Arlington Cemetery, as folks have read about. The Naming Commission for the Department of Defense, after much thought and study, has concluded that that memorial, which was created by Sir Ezekiel Moses, class of 1867, which actually at the time it was created was a reconciliation effort and placed in the Arlington National Cemetery. The Naming Commission has determined that that should leave our Arlington National Cemetery. Governor Youngkin wrote Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin in opposition to that and argued that it should stay at Arlington National Cemetery. Nonetheless, Austin and the Department of Defense have, after studying the issue, have concluded that it's going to leave Arlington National Cemetery. So Governor Youngkin then was involved his administration in West Virginia. Governor Youngkin believes, and his administration believes, that the Newmarket battlefield be the most appropriate place for that monument. So they've contacted the Institute. Working General Winds have requested that it come to our Newmarket Battlefield Museum site. And the funding for that will be provided by federal and state funding. So this will not impact or require funding. Yeah,
I think it's a great idea.
so we discussed that in closed session, and we've been asked to present a recommended motion coming from the superintendent. The recommended motion is that it's moved that the Board of Visitors accept the Confederate Memorial placement in the Newmarket Battlefield Site Historical Park based on all that history and discussion and funding for it and so forth, and a request from the governor that come here. Our committee recommends that motion be brought before the board for.
We'll take that as a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion or anything, Dallas, you want to add? You've been on the front lines on the discussion, actually, in this whole back and forth, which has gone on for quite a while. Okay, it's good. I have a motion.
Question.
Go ahead. Yes.
Just a question. Has there been any discussion about the location of the remains of Moses Ezekiel?
He's buried in the base.
Yes. Dallas,
No discussions on the remains. The naming commission was explicit. The remains remain undisturbed at Arlington,
This is the base.
as is the base.
And he has a headstone there as well. Is he? So that would remain with his records. Don't you, that would be appropriate, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. There's no plans to remove.
Our process question, reading materials in the book, everything was very sort of contingent on a decision at a future time based on environmental impact. By virtue of this motion, am I to understand it's a done deal now? All that's really pending is our resolution that we'll accept it and then it's coming, or is there still work done before final decisions?
I do believe these environmental impact studies. That process. I think we would anticipate that'll be an issue, but it's subject to.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question or two questions, and I think the second one. But is the funding that was provided by Department of Defense, is that like airing site and everything, or is it some cost?
Well, devil's always in the details, right? And I'm sure there are always unexpected costs, but as you saw also in the capital improvements amendments to the budget, there's been funding from the state for this as well as the DoD. So I think the DoD will take care of the cost of moving the bronze element of the state has provided us funding for operation and improvements to Newmarket Battlefield.
And then I think it's dependent on the EIS process, but is there a timeline? Yeah.
Published timeline of the commission is the year end. I don't know really what the actual timelines will be.
move to that end, and we'll see how how that all process goes and then. It's pretty specific in the report. It starts to become a little more ambiguous when you actually look at the calendar.
Have a motion and a second. Again, any further discussion or questions? Hearing none, is anyone opposed to this resolution? I don't hear any opposition, so it stands approved. Thank you.
Thank you. The second item that we discussed in closed session and approved when we came out of closed session for presentation and consideration by the board is a request from the superintendent that it is a good time for us to form a new market medal award selection committee. You may recall, those who weren't on the board don't know that last year, this time we updated and approved our policy for awarding the new market medal. That process includes the formation of committee and the board approving formation of chairman of the external relations committee, the president of the alumni association, president of the foundation, 3 other alumni and 1 non-alumnus serve on that committee. So the superintendent suggested it's a good time for us to form that committee, discussed it. Agree. And so in closed session, that came out of closed session and made the following recommendation to the board. It's moved that the Board of Visitors institute a new market medal award selection committee led by the chair of the external relations committee to identify and award a recipient who displays the qualities of leadership, loyalty, and determination as exemplified by the Corps of Cadets at New Market Medal in accordance with the New Market Medal award policy. So bringing that to the committee.
Just add to the external relations committee chair overseeing it is all part of the staff, the way that the plan is designed, as well as the composition of that committee. It's all stipulated. So this comes to us as a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion or questions? Any opposition? Hearing none, they stand approved. Thank you.
And that concludes my report, subject to comments by the board.
Quick word on communications plan. Hugh, you mentioned that discussion around focus on the plan identified 6 key audiences for VMI communications and prioritized them. Alumni didn't make the list at all, but then effectively being handed off to alumni agencies. And we talked about it as a concern because alumni provide a quarter of the cadets to come here. They provide a lot of the dollars to keep the school running. And as the strategic plan survey it out, there are hundreds of alumni that are concerned about the direction of VMI today. And that's not something that can be addressed by the alumni agencies. Alumni need to hear it from school. They need to hear it from the boss. So that needs to be on the list.
Absolutely. Anything else before we move on?
From the alumni side coming over, I agree with you 100%. I think you're spot on.
Actually, add to that too, there was also another group of them. Where we did, so. The Teddy's point, we say, communicate that cognizant both sides of the argument. Makes it as concerns.
Anything further? Okay, then let's move to the nomination and governance committee report. Conrad?
Sure. We met yesterday. We had Mr. Moore and with us and Mr. Inman, who would be to the group, and President attended because I was taking over his chair and I think he was there to make sure I was doing.
I had full confidence, Conrad, but no.
If you look at the charter, I'm going to break this down. Part of our charter is to review the bylaws. And yesterday, when we got in, we reviewed the statement of governance, the code of ethics, and the bylaws. I pointed out a few things that were contained in those that we should focus on. And it was brought to our attention, Mr. Johnson, that there's likely going to be changes
for the Inclusive Excellence Committee. We'll likely go to the executive committee and come down so that when we approve the amendment, it's formally done. But after the review, all changes to delete. I think for everyone on the board, it's good to keep all those rules in mind. I tend to look at them before I come every meeting to understand what our mission is and what's within the scope of our parameters. The bulk of our meeting spent with appointment and reappointments. And with the passing of General Dom, one thing that was brought to my attention by our board president was the Commonwealth also has a new Secretary of State, and she had reached out about that position. And General Domney's term was going to end. There was 2 more meetings, and I think where Mr. Watson and the Secretary have left this is there's 2 approaches. Either someone's appointed and that person's that is appointed then stay on for the next 2 years, next term, which is 8 years, which is 5 before in the bylaws, or that we wait and it's filled when they're nominated for June in the next fiscal year that applies. Mr. Marsh's term is going to end, so he will be an in-state alumni position open, and for reappointment would be Mr. Johnson. One thing I did ask Mr. Moore was for me to understand the process and how this works. The Alumni Association, the rule provides a list to the governor, and it's at the governor's own discretion whether or not he accepts the appointments. I did ask if the board has been submitting any names or not, because typically when I sit on boards of this size, you usually see some recommendations, and it seems like we've gotten out of that process, whether they're approved or not. So what I suggested is that in the next 30 days, if some of you have some recommendations, I would email those to Colonel Wyatt. And I think it's the alumni takes the information and they can look at the candidates that are presented. And then the governor has a discretion to appoint someone else or not. But I think it would be beneficial for all of us to do that. I did ask, in the past 4 years, how the nominations that we've submitted and how many have been accepted. And it's, it looks like there's a process in there and we've got to get a better handle on it for all of us. It doesn't mean there's going to be an assurance that it's taken care of. Well, let's go through the process. One thing that was brought is I need to confirm that Mr. Johnson is up for reappointment, and same thing with Miss Lord on her term. I need to get that thoroughly confirmed on terms, and we'll talk about that. The other thing is there's going to be a skill matrix that's going to be provided to me that we have about the different skill sets. There was a concern that we may need more flag officers brought to our attention. And Mr. Moore, was there anything else that I missed or anything in terms of our discussion?
I think you've covered everything. We're here to assist and look forward to any names that you have that are you consider passing on to us for candidates.
Is there anyone else on the committee that has anything else to share concerns that we discussed? Yes.
I think we also discussed if we're sending names over to the Alumni Association to spare them some legwork and add a little bio on the person and not just a name.
That is
Why?
correct. Anybody else have any other questions?
Maybe I can add a little color to the discussion with the Attorney General. As many may know, brand new to the role. So I think one of the things was that we wanted to be sure that the Attorney General knew that there's no rush here. I mean, we already had made arrangements for Conrad to step in on an interim basis at the committee. Had already made arrangements for Scott as a non-voting member to join the executive committee. So let's not feel rushed, which we'll call a week or so. Could have felt a little rushed actually if we're trying to make a decision. We've got this meeting covered, but then we need to come back to it later. And as Conrad said, I shared a couple options to at least for consideration, because there would only be 2 more meetings coming up. If you bring somebody on only for the 2 meetings, that's very challenging for all. And so therefore, the other option would be to defer it. and we'll fill in as appropriate. And or as you're thinking about that candidate, 2 meetings plus 4 years, 1 term. So haven't heard some feedback, but we'll certainly be sure I pass that through when I do get it.
Just to make a clarification for the board, it's the Secretary of the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
Secretary of the Commonwealth, and also just to be clear that it's 6 years, to be fair.
Yeah, that's right.
6 years that not had the selections of the candidates that put forward, to my recollection.
Maybe there's the last piece is I think Anthony was going to sort of reach out to figure out how can we get a little better sense as to what's the right process. Is there some things we're doing a little differently or should be doing a little differently? Sometimes we've gotten mixed signals as to whether they really wanted any feedback from superintendent or myself actually on candidates, and was that a conflict actually? So we just need to get a little more clarification, which I think Anthony, you're intending to try to set up, and whether it's you or the 2 of us, we'll try to figure out to get a little more clarity. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, that's good.
I'm sorry, Conrad.
That's great. Anybody else have any other questions or comments?
Clarify 4 years.
Yes.
That's what I'm.
No. And with that,
my report is good. Thank you, Conrad. Well done. Appeals. Ron.
Yep, thank you, Mr. President. Like everybody, we had some new members, so we started our meeting on sort of a review of our processes that we use for handling appeals and all the different procedures that govern our committee. We received an update from the superintendent's rep and the honor court leadership. We received a specific update on essentially the status of cases over the summer. And I don't think there's any need to go into them here in any specific other than to say things appear to be moving along in the normal process. And between the soups rep and the honor court members, everything feels good in terms of the process and how it's unfolding. So that was positive. Got a great report from the honor court members. The president, as you heard, Mr. Collier is an athlete and plays soccer and was not able to attend the meeting. We were briefed by what I will refer to as the cadets Townsend, who are both daughters of great member of the VMI class of '96 and both vice presidents on the honor court, which is in and of itself, I think, kind of neat.
Yeah.
Really, this will shock no one in this room. Very impressive group of mature and responsible young people. They were joined by the prosecutors as well. They give us an update on the training, and we've been talking about this, at least as long as I've been on the board. The emphasis on training is so much more than it was when I was here. So they're clearly handling their what I'll call enforcement function. That's going on as always, but a lot of focus on training. They have had 3 meetings with the rats so far. We got into a little bit of detail about it. I think it was handled with the solemnity and importance that all of us would agree is appropriate for bringing young people in and introducing them to our honor system. So that's positive. They're focused on a few things this year. They have assigned a contact to each NCAA athletic team so that they essentially have, like they do for companies, right? They have a person who is that team's sort of honor court representative, which, with the obvious goal of just increasing communication, increasing comfort and discussion. So I think that's positive. And like everyone else in the world, they are focused on AI. So it came up in the meeting. I'm not going to call anybody out by name, but if you haven't gone on ChatGPT and played around with it, you probably should, just for your own knowledge.
Why are you looking at me?
But that, and all of us are dealing with it in a bunch of different ways. The honor court is dealing with it. They are aware of it. And they are, I think, taking appropriate action to understand how it is going to be a factor in life at VMI, how it's going to be handled. And so had a very good discussion about that. So that is sort of, for those of you who are new, this may not be new, but for those of you who are old, this is where this part of the meeting is going to change a little bit. So we also got a report from the commandant and the IG. And before I talk about that report, I want to talk about why that happened, because this is a first. And I think this is probably the most important part of my report, because I defer to the president. I don't know how much he shared with individual folks, but Tom and I have been talking a pretty fair amount for a while about our role as a board, you know, and all of the responsibility we have. And what we, I think both, and I don't want to speak for him, he can correct me after I'm wrong, but we both kind of came to realize is we have this committee that's set up and does a very good job of monitoring the honor court system, which is one of the most serious methods of sanctioning cadets there can be. But there's other things that happen that are the stuff that I think keeps me up at night, and I'm guessing keeps some of you up at night. The sort of most serious things that happen. We always receive in the closed session a briefing from the IG, which is always helpful. But we don't have a committee as of right now that takes a more affirmative overview of the more serious conduct related issues in barracks. And a lot of these come up through cadet organizations, not unlike the honor court. The general counsel, the executive committee of the general counsel deals with, you know, significant cadet behavioral issues. The Cadet Equity Association, which is, you know, an organization that did not exist when I was here, so I've had to learn a lot about it. They don't have an adjudicative function, but they are really involved in education around the Corps, and they get information about some of the more serious things that happen with cadets. So we decided that it would be appropriate. I don't want to speak for Tom. I don't want to call it a test run, but to say, okay, maybe this committee should also exercise a little oversight, and I'm going to emphasize oversight over other aspects of cadet discipline, so that we as a board feel comfortable, not in any sort of, I kind of view it the same as the honor court, not in any detail. We don't get into honor court cases and the details, but to make sure we're comfortable as a board that we have the people in place, the policies in place, structure in place, so that if things happen, we're covered. And that's really the purpose behind it. And before I jump into I can jump into the report. Tom, do you want to add anything on that?
I think that's well said. And interestingly enough, actually, the CEA came up in Lester, in your meeting, actually, it kind of in almost as a side, because it happened some of the people there were multiple hats, both as trainers, but also participants in the Cadet Equity Association. So I think it reminded, you know, it's a reminder just how much goes on here, conduct, and maybe just elevating its visibility, I'd say, with the board. We have to, and Cedric and the commandant took me through a very extensive presentation a couple of weeks ago about just some of those inner workings. And it's quite impressive, obviously, the work that happens inside, but trying to figure out what's the right forum to have that conversation at the board. I think, John, that's where you're going with your conversation.
Yes, exactly. And I'll let the other committee members speak their view, but I found it very helpful. It was good. I'll also note, before we jump in, as I was reviewing all of our underlying materials, I noticed in General Order 6, there's actually this provision, which shame on me, I'd never noticed before being a member of the committee. In General Order 6, it says, while the committee does not hear appeals of disciplinary matters, it is in the superintendent's discretion to seek the counsel and advice of the committee on tough disciplinary issues. In other words, right, and this is all deference to the superintendent, this is just a tool for him to come to us in tough cases. And so, and then of course, what Mr. Juster said, just in line with the governor's expectation, he's been very clear about this. It's sort of an obvious point. Safety of our students around the Commonwealth and our cadets is a prime focus. So we had a great report. It was the first of its kind. We talked a lot about systems of reporting, how information gets into the various channels. And those are the channels we've discussed. There's the cadet leadership, the GC, the EC, the Cadet Equity Association. Of course, there's the honor system. We've already covered that. One very interesting aspect of cadet behavior that we learned about was the superintendent, who was walking his dog one night and found a cadet with a particularly heavy bag over his shoulder heading into barracks. And well, I think the result of that evening
Cadets.
Result of that, evening,
Thanks.
probably not very entertaining for whichever cadet it was, will probably create stories for the rest of his life. And asked him what was so heavy in that bag heading into barracks. And we talked about, the sort of the channels that our team goes through. And I got a pretty good degree of comfort that the Inspector General, the Commandant, and the Chief of Police do a good job as things come in of saying, okay, are we at, the worst case scenario? Are we criminal and we go criminal? And okay, is it, if maybe not, right? IG, when we go to the IG, do we go? And then you just walk through. And at least, for our initial meeting, I got a pretty good sense of that process is working and that we've got coverage and that it's at the appropriate space. The other piece of it, I think we can monitor is trends. I think it's our job as a board to just keep an eye on trends. We talked about that. The Commandant has an unbelievable chart that he handed us, and I guess we can share this with everybody. It's got literally the number of specials over the years, right? And talking about how that is sort of evolving. I think that's the kind of big picture trends. I think the Admiral said, man, I don't want to be reviewing specials. And we have no intention of reviewing specials, but looking at trends to make sure we understand. One of the things that I thought of was we spend so much time talking about COVID and the impact on academics. Well, what about its impact on social interaction and kids being in the barracks, and there's alcohol issues and all this? And I just think, from my impression, for an initial meeting, a test run, I thought it was helpful. It's important we stay at that high level, but it's good to have oversight over some of these other things, because again, I'll just reiterate what Mr. Juster said, right? We don't tolerate serious behavior problems, right? Sexual, racial problems that we don't, and I want to make sure as a board, we've got an eye out to make sure we've got the processes in place that we're catching everything and nothing slipping through the cracks. So any other board members have any comments?
Good stuff.
It was.
Okay.
Maybe Cedric, you and I and you and I can figure out how do we take some of the feedback John just provided, because it does sound like it was. Should we follow? Should continue, because I think I didn't see the presentation of consensus. That's probably the same one that I went through with you Commandant, and it's quite for me it was very educational, incredibly educational.
Absolutely.
And as you said, the young people who we just saw here in cadet leadership positions are largely at the apex of much of what very comforting too, because they're very qualified.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just, one more second. I mean, and the IG will correct me if I'm wrong, which happens from time to time. You think about in the Title IX space, like duty to report, there are people who have a duty to report. Our cadet leaders have a duty to report. This is serious stuff, right? We have all the exemptions that are normal, the chaplain and the counseling center, but this is important stuff. And so I at least for our initial meeting, I had a very positive feel coming out of it.
Any other comments on that one?
Sounds like a great modification. One of our former board members was fond of saying our duty is to keep our finger in, but our nose out. We're an oversight body and provide guidance and policy considerations. And this sounds like a needed opportunity for us to friends on things that are occurring outside of just the honor corps as well as cadet behavior. So
I'll do two. Just to move on, John, we'll do some follow-up there for sure. This isn't just a one-off, but we find a way to more elevate this on a regular basis. So you and I and Cedric can figure that out.
Sure.
Basis. Maybe just one last report, which I haven't done in the past, but I think in light of the environment, I really should, which is just to acknowledge the executive committee met this week. Just very briefly, we had actually I'd asked Scott Marsh to step in as a non-voting member with Chuck's passing. Still to be determined. I've got to put some work together to figure out who the more permanent individual to take on that committee role will be, and it needs to be a non-alum. But we had some updates, as we often get from the superintendent, which is a treetops sort of view of everything from admissions and matriculation trends to financial trends and those sorts of things, all of which have been discussed at the board level, but also in the committee meetings. We also had a discussion of we stand on some of the transgender issues. And I think the committee was very comfortable with really basically encouraging the Institute to really put this down into very specific policy and procedures that we could then look at. And that would be brought back to the executive committee probably sometime before our next meeting in January. So the go ahead was to let's put some real time and effort in to make sure we've got the details of policy and procedures in place. And again, that'll be something that we bring back to the executive committee. We also had an update on just the general issues associated with the cadet newspaper and more around process, obviously, where the IG new to the role is actually gathering information. That information is going to be together probably by the end of this month, early at the beginning of October. And once again, that time with the superintendent to hear the outcome of that piece of work, and then again decide where it goes from there. But the next step is again the continued gathering of that information. We then did go into executive session to talk about some legal and personnel issues, but again, we'll come back to that, I think, in just a few minutes when we go into closed session here. So again, I probably should have always done this, and I'm not sure executive committee reports were ever given to the board, but I think in this environment, I just want to be sure that we're continuing to do so and invite any questions anyone has, or from any of the members that were there, that anything I sort of missed on the kind of the treetops level report of what we went through on Monday. So. Okay, that's it. Then if I can, we'll move to other business. I had one almost administrative one, so I'll start with that one. Everyone's now, I think, seen the portal. Back live? Okay, yes, sure.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good. Well, for those that got disconnected, we apologize. We lost the internet coverage, and as I understand it, we lost it after I had given my executive committee report, but I was going into the discussion of the portal. So just to be clear, there's nothing huge about the portal except to say, I think as we all know, this is a new feature. Anybody any questions or issues with using it, then certainly convey those back to Bill Wyatt. The other thing I said is we'll just make a matter of practice. Anything used in a committee meeting that maybe not everyone would have seen, they'll be populated in the portal after the meeting. So we'll get into that rhythm. The other thing in your package, you will see there's a reenactment. I think that's being pursued, as I understand it, just in terms of follow up there. So there's no decisions to be made by the board. It's just there for your review. The other thing I'll just take, if there's any final thoughts that people have on the strategic plan, we had a good open discussion about areas where we need to continue to kind of go back and modify the plan and adjust as accordingly. And I'll work with Cedric and the team on that, but just wanted to be sure I left open for one more chance. If there's any thoughts that people had on reflection, Ernie, go ahead.
If there are detailed comments that aren't worthy of board discussion, whom do we direct those? Is it Dallas or?
Detailed comments, maybe Lee, you think?
Lee Rakes.
Lee Rakes, please. Yeah.
Thank you.
And again, we'll work on a way to get back in the queue, the executive committee and the board as soon as we possibly can. So I just want to give one more chance though to see if there's any feedback on that. But that's the only other business components I had. Anything else that people have? I know Teddy may wanted to have a piece to share, but others who have other business, please keep it in mind. But Teddy, go ahead.
Thank you, Tom. I wanted to make a comment or two about the issues surrounding that newspaper. I don't intend to get into any detail at all. What I'd like to do though is encourage everyone to read the articles in the Cadet that came out today. There's 3 articles that I think are relevant. The first one is opinion piece, The Cadet, written by cadets is the name of it. And it addresses the issue around the questioning of current and former cadets' honors that took place with this series of actions in articles. The second one is called Family Feud or Fratricide. And that gets into the public airing of grievances that should be that we've all stated should be handled internally. And the third one is a long article entitled, Is VMI Where Freedom of Speech Goes to Die? Clever title. But if you're wondering what this is all about, read that article because that's the timeline laid out very well. If nothing else, you'll see that's pretty talented. They're good writers, but it lays out very clearly what took place. And in reading these 3 articles, you'll understand why it's important. Please do that.
Okay. I assume, as I mentioned in my report, the IG is doing some fact gathering, and I think that's very much Cedric and will be in that fact gather. It's supposed to, I think, come together, at least as best I understand now, towards the end of the month.
I would also mention that actually the lead article is that typical cadet newspaper informational article. Really helpful. Very well written.
So I guess a couple of comments. So the first is to the statement about questioning cadets' honor. I just want to make it clear that nobody at the Institute is questioning the honor of cadets. There was an article written about plagiarism that was written by the Washington Post, and there was another article written by Cardinal News that made reference to the non-acknowledgement of the cadets' articles with respect to the role of the alumnus that owns the Cadet Foundation. But there's been no questioning by the Institute about questioning the honor of cadets.
General, I disagree with that. And I don't believe now's the time to get into this. But I just know that I disagree with that. And I can explain why.
I think noted though, I think you're right. If we could push this all into the IG's process and if it's, I'm not trying to defer the issue or kick the can down the road, but I think we have a process. And I think that's probably the best time for us to bring this back to the surface for the executive committee first and the board and then at that point. So even Cedric, I think as much as I appreciate your comments, I think let's put them all in, if it's okay, into that process and we go there. I think we've got a good process in place and a timeline. Because we do want this behind us. We do want to be looking forward. And, you know, the hope is that process will lead us in that direction. If there's any other business, please speak. Otherwise, I'll take the steps to move us into closed session. Any other last appeal, any more further business? Otherwise, you're going to listen to my droning on about getting into closed session, which is more painful for me than for you. Just thank you all, by the way, as you. At this time, it is 12:11. I entertain a motion that the board go into closed meeting to discuss first disciplinary and other matters that would involve disclosure of information contained in scholastic records of specific cadets pursuant to VA Code Section 2.2-3711A2 relating to discipline, sexual assault, and honor court cases. Secondly, matters related to the employment, assignment, appointment, or performance of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of the public body, and the evaluation of performance of departments or schools of public institutions of higher education pursuant to VA Code Section 2.2-3711A1 relating to the review of the superintendent's performance objectives and to special staff and the evaluation of departmental operations. Thirdly, consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the advice by such counsel pursuant to VA Code Section 2.2-3711A7 pertaining to actual or probable litigation of the Institute. And lastly, consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel pursuant to VA Code 2.2-3711A8. And I put that as a motion. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Yep.
Any questions or comments? Anybody opposed? Then they stand. We're now in closed session.
Can you hear us?
Good.
We're good.
Good. All right. A closed session has ended and the board is now in open session. It is now 1:40. During its closed meeting, the board discussed only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and only those public business matters identified in the motion convening the board in closed session. I ask for a motion to certify the closed session.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? I think we need to do a we need to do a roll call vote, I think, Bill, if you could do that for us, please. And also noting those that are not here. Same people who were here when we went into closed session.
Mr. Adams.
Aye.
Mr. Edgar.
Aye.
Mr. Fain.
Aye.
Mr. Garcia.
Aye.
Mr. Inman.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Justra.
Here.
Mr. Marsh.
Aye.
Mr. McKnight. Ms. Phillips.
Aye.
Mr. Watson.
Aye.
Mr. Williams.
Aye.
We got everybody who was present. Okay, I think now that we're in open session, any further business? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to complete the meeting.
So moved.
Seconds?
Okay.
Anybody opposed? Then we close. Thank you all very much.
It's not